of departure is not whether the utterances were made, but whether they were followed by official letters of appointment.
That's true.
Sir, would you expect people watching the governor making utterances of the type she was making to take them seriously?
Pardon?
Would you expect the ordinary citizen to take utterances by the governor seriously and specifically on their face value?
Yes, I do.
If the governor announces on national television or regional television that she has appointed her husband to some office, would you expect the ordinary rational person to take her seriously?
I expect to be taken serious. I want to add, there is no denial that she did that.
Order witness. Counsel, help us. You cannot expect the witness to testify on the opinion of other people. Limit him to his evidence and poke holes in his evidence. But to ask him now to give us an opinion on what he thinks the whole county was thinking, we shall be stretching him.
Let's come to our point of divergence on the issue whether the appointment letters were issued.
They were not.
Are you a member of the County Public Service Board, sir?
I'm not.
Are you the county secretary?
I'm not.
You must agree, therefore, you would not be the person to give the best evidence as to whether the appointment letters were issued or not.
Through the chair, I did communication to all those offices, and the letters or their responses have been attached to the response that governor gave. So my responsibility was to do an investigation, of which I did. Because I cannot be everyone, I cannot be every person, but those persons that are responsible, I did my duty, and they confirmed the same.
Chair, if my colleague could show the witness volume 2 of our battle at page 29.
Counsel, are you referring to your bundle or ours?
Ours, volume 2.
You can share yours. We do not seem to have it here.
What you have there, sir, before you is a printout of section 56. My interest is in subsection 2 of the County Governments Act. Can you read it for us?
The county public service shall be ended by a county secretary appointed under section 44.
You will agree, sir, that is the person competent to confirm to this Senate whether there is an appointment letter or not.
Through the chair, if you look at all the letters were copied to the county secretary to confirm.
That's not my question, sir. Based on that section, wouldn't the county secretary be the person legally qualified to tell the Senate whether or not an appointment letter was issued?
Probably it is good to differentiate between the office of the governor and the county public service. There is a difference.
I didn't ask about the differences. Please answer my question. If you don't want to answer it so that we move fast, just say you don't want to answer my question.
County Secretary can confirm about the public service, but the Chief of Staff confirms about those that are employed in the office of the governor.
Are you aware the motion is about appointments to the county public service, not to the private office of the governor?
It is misplaced because the people that were mentioned are supposed to be those people in the office of the governor.
Let's come to the office of firefighters in the county government of Meru. Is that would that be an appointment in the office of the governor?
Yes, it is.
I put it to you, that, sir, that it is not. There is a firefighting department. It is not an office in the private affairs of the governor like the advisors and the chief of staff like yourself.
You can confirm for Meru County is a department that was put under the office of the governor. You can confirm.
The Meru Youth Service, is it a body created by law?
Yes, it is.
Does that law specify the offices of that institution?
Yes, it is.
Now that you say there is no dispute, the appointment was declared, are the offices in the Meru Youth Service offices in the private office of the governor? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that what you're discussing is about the appointment of the first gentleman to an existence position. So the position is nowhere. It is not either under the public service or in my office. I needed to confirm that it is not in my office because on an existing position, you cannot put it anywhere.
But you confirmed the utterances were made in the rally in question, isn't it?
Yes, I confirm.
Those utterances, wouldn't they, if they were to be taken seriously, be violative of the law establishing the Meru Youth Service?
It is not related to Meru Youth Service in any way. That's my take.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, does the law establishing the Meru Youth Service have the office of patron?
It has not.
It is not.
Yes.
Still on the letters, sir, who ordinarily would be the custodian of the appointment letters if they were issued?
The Public Service Board.
The Public Service Board.
Yes.
Who else would be having possession of such a document?
Myself.
Yes.
Yes.
Who else? The appointee in question, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll agree all these are people naturally aligned to the executive arm of the government, right?
Yes.
Good. You will agree matters to do with employment and HR, the assembly will not ordinarily be in possession of appointment letters of staff of the executive.
Through the chair, the responsibility of proof lies with the county assembly because they have powers to summon everyone to get that details.
My question is, in the ordinary course of human affairs, would a stranger be in possession of HR documents like an appointment letter?
Any public document is available on request.
Good, on request. Therefore, sir, you will agree with me, there is nothing unusual in the ordinary course of events in the assembly either not having possession of the appointment letter or encountering difficulties in accessing it.
Pardon?
You will agree with me, it is not unusual for the Assembly not to have in its possession appointment letters belonging to staff in the executive arm.
I don't agree because an ignorant to the privilege that you've given cannot be a defense.
Chair, again, if the witness would answer my questions, I think he's too keen. He doesn't know you'll have the opportunity. I don't want to be making the interjection. Let's go to the appointment of Rufus Miriti. We've now left the husband. You will agree with me, sir, that the only contest between the two sides is not whether the appointment was made, but whether it required the approval of the Assembly. Am I correct to say that?
You are correct.
Is it your case, sir, that that approval was not required?
It was not required. It was just a reappointment that has ever happened in other situations.
I will ask you, sir, to read the definition of appointment in the County Public Appointments County Assembly Approval Act. Chair, that would be at page 48 of our volume 2. Have you reached page 48, sir?
Yes?
Can you read for us the definition of appointment at section
for which the approval of a county assembly is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant county assembly in accordance with this act.
So the law says an appointment for which approval is necessary shall not be made unless the approval is sought, isn't it?
It's true.
But you read section 4, you were ahead of me. I asked you to read the definition of appointment in section 2 on the same page. Please read what I asked you to read.
Appointment includes any reappointment to the same body where or not in the same capacity.
You will agree these sections, sir, show, contrary to the position you and the governor have taken, that this appointment which you concede was made actually required the approval of the Assembly. By the law you've read, was that approval required?
It was required.
Good. If it was required, was it sought?
I need to emphasize on this through the chair.
Please answer my question. It's yes or no. You have agreed the approval was required. Was it obtained?
It can only be required when it is
yes or no, unless the chair rules me out of order. Was it obtained or
it
not?
was not obtained.
Good. It was not obtained. I will show you page 186. You just read the statute. We now want to see what the courts have ruled on the matter. Chair, I'm referring to volume 2 of our Bado, page 186. It's a decision, Chair, that begins at page 170, but I'm only interested in the conclusion the judge arrived at, which is at 186.
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission.
Yes, what is it?
Honorable Chair, the concern is that this witness is being taken through a course to offer opinions on positions of the law. I think that is a matter for lawyers, and he should first of all have confirmed whether he tackles or handles matters of law in the office he said he serves in the county. Now he's being told to interpret a judicial decision, which, my lord, may not be within his competence, because it's a matter of law, and any other witness, including the governor, would not have testified to that because it's not a factual matter. It's a matter of law. I think the witness is being oppressed to be required to offer a legal opinion. He has no training in law, my lord. Thank you.
Counsel, don't overprotect your witness. Your witness is a very competent man. I think what the counsel for the county assembly is asking for is not a point of law. He's not even seeking an opinion. It's a fair question. Let the answer be on record. We shall interpret it. Don't overprotect him. He's above 18.
Most obliged, sir.
Through the chair,
Even asked you the question, sir. Please read for us paragraph 105 on page 186. It's a matter about a county assembly appointment, just like the one now before us. Please read it.
paragraph
105, 105.
It was, however, contended that since some of the petitioners had been approved by the previous assembly as the first respondent and its predecessor were exercising authority as the trustees of the people of Kenya, and more specifically the resident of Machakos County under Article 73 of the Constitution. It was thus surprising how the same constitutional body can arrive at two different reports on the same nominee for a similar job description. This issue brings to force the question as to whether the county assembly differently continued from this previous one is
I think it's constituted, sir, not continued, unless it's new.
constituted from the previous one is bound by the decisions made by the previous assembly in approving the nominees. If this position was true, it would mean that those who were serving in the previous government would automatically qualify for approval by the assembly once nominated by the governor. With due respect, if this was the intention it would have been precisely stated in the registration. This court cannot lean in such a drastic proportion of law which is not expressly provided in Alfred Mahandi, Ngome, and others versus George W. Sitati and two others, civil application number NAI 268 of 1999. It was earned that
You can even leave it there, sir. You will therefore have to agree whether it is by reading the statute or reading the case law. The appointment of Rufus Miriti required the approval of the assembly. Now that we are not in contest, the appointment was made.
that's what I want to make clear.
Now the question, would you agree, sir? Would you agree based on the case law you've just read, based on the statute you just read, that contrary to the position you've taken, this specific appointment was illegal for want of county assembly approval?
I want to make this through the chair.
Please answer my question, sir. You will get the opportunity.
Order, counsel. Relax completely. I think the witness wants to help us. Just allow him to address the chair. Witness.
Through the chair,
Chair.
I want particularly to mention the issue of Rufus Mereti. Rufus Mereti was the county secretary for the previous government, that is the former government. When the current governor came in, she extended his term to complete the handing over that was taking place. In all the situations that you've faced, for the county secretary, who has been the custodian of the former government, you just extend some time for him to continue serving so that you can get all the resources, all the requirements, or anything that you need. And that one is allowed by the county secretary being the secretary of the transition committee that is always there to ensure that there is a smooth transition from the older government or from the former government to the current government. That is what happened. That's why there is no appointment letter for Rufus Mereti that is available, because the extension was for, that's not a reappointment, but extension, so that that time will allow the governor to form the government, and thereafter appoint a substantive county secretary that will be forwarded to the assembly for approval. That is the case. There is no letter. Is an extension that is allowed even by the transition authority, whereby the county secretary is the one that is in charge of handling matters before the governments are formed.
This idea you are now introducing from the witness box.
Counsel.
Yes.
I think the witness wanted to help us. You are helping us. Now you've boxed yourself. Do you have a letter showing that that extension was given?
The witness has confirmed, and the documents filed on the record show it is common ground. The appointment was made. What is not agreed is whether that appointment required the approval of the county assembly. The clarification the witness is now offering from the doc that this was a transitional arrangement. That is not the position taken on the pleadings. That is not the position in his affidavit or the governor's affidavit. It is a completely new position taken from the witness box, but not from the pleadings.
Chair, yeah, I sympathize with my classmate, but counsel, that is a problem you have brought upon yourself. Because after reading to the witness, the law, he is on record saying that yes, this is an appointment that required parliamentary approval or the approval of the assembly. Why you then pose the question again to him is something I don't understand. But Chair, perhaps to guide the process, because the witness has alluded to a specific time, let him tell us or tell the committee how long this appointment was and where we can find that detail in the documents that are before us.
Let the witness respond to that. We don't confuse him too much, then I'll allow you to.
Through the chair, for any acting, acting county secretary, provided that he qualifies or she qualifies to act under that capacity, you're given 6 months by law.
Yes, Senator Wandako.
Chair, I just wanted a clarification. Is the county secretary being appointed to act the county secretary that was serving in the previous term, or is a new officer?
through the chair, is the one that was in the previous government.
My next question, Chair. County Secretary served for a fixed term of office on appointment. Had the contract by the time the new county government of Meru came into office expired?
No, it had not expired.
So what was the necessity for reappointment?
The contract was for 5 years. That was expiring actually on 19th of next month. That is the time that is supposed to expire.
Robert?
Yes, Chair. I just needed to get to know benefit of experience. Senator Madnago has picked on the issue I needed to ask for clarity. Currently, is that county secretary is still serving?
Yes.
Has the same county secretary in question is the current county secretary serving, right?
Yes.
And within the contract term. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, then what was the purpose of extension of the contract as you've discussed in that case? Because if the contract was current for the county secretary and is still serving up to now because that contract is current as per the information you've given, then what was the purpose of giving another letter of appointment or an extension for that matter?
There is no letter that was given through the chair. It's only that Her Excellency Governor confirmed through mentioning the name that because he was serving the former regime, or the former government, he is going to continue working with the current government. That's just what happened. There was no letter of appointment.
Thank you. Counsel, your witness is ahead of you. If you intended to puncture his evidence, you've made him to read the law. He has read it correctly. You have asked him how he interpreted it. He has interpreted it correctly. So you just abandon that and go to the next point.
Point. Because the position the witness has taken on the doc, I told you, is not what is on the documents.
Oh.
I want to show him the documents. Please look, sir, at page 62 of our volume 1.
Yes, I'm there.
62, chair of our volume 1. The pagination is falling on a blackened area, so it's the page after 61. That's a post by the governor, sir, right?
Yes.
Does that post indicate anywhere that the appointment of Rufus was on transitional basis? It's either yes or no.
No.
We played videos yesterday, and Chair, those videos will be Annex 3 and Annex 3A. The transcript will be at page 53 to 54 of our volume 1. In the video utterances, which we don't dispute, were made, was any clarification made that the appointment of Rufus was on transitional basis?
It was made, it was not made.
Good.
And through the chair, on the same
You
strength.
have answered my question, sir, but if the chair permits, you have no problem.
Yes, through the chair.
Order witness. Why are you volunteering information nobody wants? You've answered your question, wait for the next. Yeah.
There are some appointments, sir, which we claim were of unqualified persons, including Hilary Sadi, right?
Yes.
To what position did you tell us Hilary Sadi was appointed?
Director of Communications.
Director of Communications.
Yes.
I want you to take you through the governor's documents. What was your explanation, sir? If I remind you, your explanation was just like your post as Chief Secretary. This appointment did not require the approval of the Assembly. Is that still your position?
Yes, it's true.
Please confirm Sandi was appointed at the level of directorate.
I confirm.
So this is a man who is in charge of a directorate in the Assembly, or rather in the county government, the executive side, that is.
I
Correct?
confirm.
You confirm. And as a matter of fact, your testimony was that we were erroneous because the advert we are referring to is for a junior position, isn't it?
Pardon?
Didn't you tell the committee that the document at page 76 of the Governor's Volume 2 is for a position that is subordinate to the position Sadi occupies?
It is true.
The Governor's Volume 2, Chair. It is true. Please confirm from this advert that the advert comes not from the office of the governor, but from the County Public Service Board.
That is true.
Confirm as well that the advert invites positions for several directorates within the county government of Meru.
That is true.
Please confirm one of the directorates is at page 67.
That is true.
The other directorate is at page 68 of the advert.
That is true.
There is yet another directorate at page 70, number 5.
That is true.
There is a deputy directorate, now not the directorate, at page 71.
That is true.
There is a directorate at page 73.
That is true.
There is a directorate at page 75.
That is true.
And your testimony in chief was that the position at page 76 is one pack below the directorate. Isn't it?
Yes, it's true.
Sir, I put it to you that it is self-serving for you to claim the directorate that Sadi leads is in the office of the governor, when all the other directorates, the recruiting agency, is the County Public Service Board. You cannot be a witness of the truth.
I'm witness of the truth. I produced the documents that shows Director of Communication specifically is under Office of the Governor. Like the case.
Which document was that? Please refer us to it.
I'll refer to document page 83 of the volume 2 of the governor's response. That is one of the positions the Director, Governor's Press Service, or Director of Communication, that is one of the positions that has been put by the Intergovernmental Technical Committee, which took over from the Defiant Transition Authority.
Sir, are you aware you're referring to a different job description? This is Director, Governor's Press Service. That's not the position Sadi was appointed to.
That is the same position. Is where, for example, you can mention the position of Chief of Staff and the position of Private Secretary. That is the same position.
Chair, so that we don't have an altercation, I'm inviting you to note, because by law documents speak for themselves, from the video, from the adverts, it is Directorate of Public Communications, and the explanation the witness is offering is a completely different job description.
Continue. We've seen it on page 83.
Sir, you will also agree with me that in this advert, all persons called to apply for either directorate level or deputy directorate level must have a minimum of 5 years experience.
That is true.
You will also agree with me that Hilary Sandi does not have a minimum of 5 years experience in public affairs.
As I indicated,
either you agree or you disagree, sir.
I don't agree on that.
Good. We've heard your answer, but I put it to you. Neither you, nor the governor, nor anyone has placed material before this Senate to show Hilary Sandi has 5 years experience in public affairs.
Through the chair, my responsibility from the office of the governor was to forward the name of Hilary Sandi to Public Service Board as required by law. The Public Service Board is the one that was supposed to determine whether Hilary Sandi has an experience of 5 years or not. When they give us a feedback that Hilary Sandi is qualified to be appointed as Director of Communications, we did that.
Let's go to the other illegal appointments, sir. Would you agree that all county public offices are regulated by a law?
I agree.
You will agree that if an office is to be created that doesn't exist, the mandate lies with the County Public Service Board.
Not always.
Not always.
Yes.
Sir, is a governor entitled to establish informal structures that are parallel to those that are known to the law?
No.
Good. If the law has established a body to deal with a particular aspect of public governance, is the governor allowed, whether formally, through the videos we saw, or informally through the letter you say we don't have, to establish parallel structures?
She is not allowed.
She's not allowed. Would declaration of informal holders, when they are official holders of the mandate in question, undermine the functions of the persons who lawfully are empowered to discharge that function?
Through the chair, the three positions that you mentioned have never heard even the governor talking about them in public or elsewhere. It is the removal motion that mentioned those positions in the motion that we are in. So,
sir, that was not my question, and I don't want to have an altercation with you. My question was whether the establishment of parallel institutions to those known to law could undermine the discharge of the mandate of the official institutions known to the law.
Yes, it is.
Therefore, you will agree, even if we were to accept for argument's sake that there is no appointment letter, the informal declarations whose existence is not in contest was still a usurpation of the statutory and constitutional functions of the bodies mandated to deal with the various issues in the impeachment motion.
Through the chair, it is my evidence there is no informal declaration of any appointment for an existing office so that you can have parallel offices. Throughout the motion that I've read, throughout the response that I've gotten from the council or from the county assembly, there is no such declaration, whereby we have in contest of two parallel offices that are in existence. I have not known of that unless it is produced before this committee.
You are the chief of staff, sir. That's an official position, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If the governor appointed an informal through a kamukunji or public rally, an informal chief of staff who has no appointment letter, wouldn't that interfere with your official functions?
If it is,
as
it
the
can.
legal chief of staff?
Order, counsel. Counsel. In his evidence, the witness has attached documents, evidence, confirming that those so-called appointments, they never got appointment, they are not on the payroll, the positions they were purported to have been appointed to don't exist in the county government structure. Why are you belaboring when we have so much to deal with? Why don't you...
Chair, I had not gotten to that dynamic of the problem, but I can go to it now that you direct me. Let's start, sir, with all the letters you supposedly wrote to various bodies asking to confirm. And Chair, just to answer your concern, that what I was trying to show the witness is, even if they were right on the facts that there was no appointment letter, it will still be a usurpation of the official functions.
Through the chair, I also want to confirm we went ahead and give the names, the letters of appointment of those that are currently holding the offices that have been mentioned. We revamped on that, and through the response of the governor, we've attached those are currently in those offices.
Let's look at the letter at page 51 of, Chair, I'm referring to page 51 of the Governor's Volume 2. That's a letter by Virginia, sir, isn't it?
Yes.
Has Virginia sworn any affidavit before the Senate?
No.
Has she recorded any witness statement
No.
before the Senate?
No.
This document, sir, what is the date on it?
It is on 23rd of November 2022.
And was this before or after the impeachment motion?
It was before the it was after the impeachment motion.
Have you read the date of the impeachment motion before the Senate?
Yes.
It is 5th December. So this date, is it before or after?
It is before.
It is before. You will agree with me, sir. This is a document in response to a memo from you.
Yes.
So your memo equally, the memo being responded to, must have been in existence before the impeachment motion.
It's true.
Did you place that memo before the county assembly?
No.
Did you place this letter at page 51 before the county assembly?
No.
Sir, the answer you have given me, the two last answers, you will agree with me those answers apply to the document at page 53, correct?
It's true.
Those two answers also apply to the document at page 54, correct?
Yes.
The one at 55, correct or incorrect?
It's correct.
When we come to the one on page 56, you will agree it is a document generated on the day, a day after the impeachment has taken place.
It is true.
So these are documents made after the event.
It is true.
You will agree with me, the same applies to the document at page 57. It's made after the event.
Correct?
At your instigation, sir, isn't it?
Yes.
The one at page 58 was available long before the impeachment, correct or incorrect?
It is correct.
But it was not placed before the assembly.
Through the chair.
Either it was or it was not.
Through the chair. Remember, an issue was discussed and we didn't, or the governor did not do a response to the County Assembly of Meru because the advice was given by the legal to the governor. So there is no way that this document that the council is mentioning
I'm waiting
I'm
for
saying
you to finish
through
your
the
answer.
chair, I've seen the chair is consulting, I've said all these documents that the legal counsel is mentioning were not forwarded to the county government of Meru because the legal advisor, the legal team to the governor advised that the governor was not going for the impeachment motion that was in the county assembly. And there is no way the question that the legal is asking, there is no way these documents now could have found their way to the county assembly when there was an advice that the governor was not participating in the motion that was in the county assembly of Meru.
Chair, or rather, Mr. Witness, we are not interested in the legal advice. The legal advice you received is in any event privileged, so we can't even insist on seeing it. My question was simply whether the document was presented before the assembly.
The governor did not attend the impeachment motion at the assembly.
Was she availed the opportunity to present not just this document, but indeed all the documents before the assembly?
She could not find the documents.
That's not the question. Was she availed the opportunity to present those documents? Now that we agree all of them were in existence, was the opportunity given?
The opportunity was given.
Good.
But she underlined
We are not interested in the buts. You will have the opportunity to say the ifs and buts in re-examination. Let's go to the document you said it was before the impeachment motion at page 51. Do you know when was the date of the first impeachment motion, sir?
Yes,
What was the date?
it was on the 30th.
It was actually 21st. That year there was the debate, isn't it?
Yes.
Therefore, you will agree, even this document at page 51 was made after the event. Never mind, the event was quashed by the High Court.
I agree.
Order, order. I think the counsel for the governor, I don't know whether you're following this matter. Why is the counsel for the assembly interrogating your client on a matter which is not before this committee? The matter of the first impeachment is not our case here.
Chair, I'm guided. I'll just withdraw the question so that we don't take...
Be fair to us.
I'm guided, Chair.
So far, we have gone so well with you, with us, and with the public. Let's give it the seriousness it deserves. We give the people of Meru justice.
My apologies, Chair. Sincere apologies.
Lukumba wacha.
There is the document by Geoffrey, Edward Budi Geoffrey, at page 105. Correct, sir? Page 105 of the Governor's Volume 2.
Yes, it's there.
As a matter of fact, Geoffrey has sworn two affidavits, this one and the one that is signed.
Yes.
Was Geoffrey available at the time this impeachment motion was before the Assembly?
Yes, it was available.
You yourself now testifying before the Senate. Were you available to testify for the governor when this matter was before the Assembly?
There is no invitation to the county assembly.
The question was whether you were available.
Through the chair, how can I avail myself to something that is not there? Because there is no invitation, there is no request, and even if you go there, you'll be a stranger. How do I avail myself to the county assembly to testify when I cannot be able even to go to that county assembly?
Sir, I want us to play the video in slow motion, your own video.
Council, Chair? Just for my understanding, Council, on that particular question, to take note, does availability in this case means, were you invited and available and was not able to attend, or were you in the assembly? What are you asking?
The point I was hoping to make, Chair, is that the governor was availed the opportunity to testify if she wished to call witnesses, including the witness she has now called, and indeed any other witness she has now brought.
Through the chair, I think from the one go that the governor did not attend the county assembly impeachment motion that was there. So from that point, I'm really confused on what to say in the questions that is bringing that are relating to the impeachment motion that was at the county assembly of Meru.
Chair, with your permission, I think this witness is abusing the latitude that you have given him. Let him answer the question and we move on. This is becoming too much. He's going through the chair more than the chair himself.
Chair, Chair,
I'm here, Senator Dhangwa Kiambu.
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm sitting next to Sifuna, and we have agreed that he takes the legal matters and I take the layman's matter. The question probably the council is asking, the time the governor was accorded to appear before the committee at the assembly, couldn't she have sent you there the way she has sent you here? That is the question.
Well, Ngaindent, she didn't send me there.
I want us to play a video you played, sir. You played it in slow motion. So let's play the one you played in slow motion of stones being thrown at the governor. And we can pause, Chair, where the stone is right above the governor before it obeys Newton's laws of motion. It can be paused, Chair, right where the stone is right, slightly behind the governor, before it hits the ground.
Council.
Yes.
Council.
Yes.
With a light touch, because it's a long afternoon. Yes. This is a very emotional video.
Fair enough, Chair.
Do you really want to reply? The committee is naturally, yeah, sympathizing with the governor that she was going to lose her life.
Fair enough, Chair.
This one does.
Maybe Chair should ask me why I want to play it.
Okay, play it.
The reason I want this video played, Chair, let me put the question to the witness so that I don't start testifying. You will agree, Mr. Witness, that the governor's back is facing the precincts of the assembly.
It's true.
You will agree the governor is just outside the assembly.
It is true.
You will agree with me the trajectory of the stone is that it is coming from the face of the governor towards our back.
No.
That's why, Chair, you will agree with me, Mr. Witness, if a stone was thrown in the opposite direction, it would land in front, not behind the governor.
No. I put the
You know, Chair, I'm a resident of Meru, and maybe the committee doesn't have the benefit of the geography. And that's what I'm trying to show, that the caption on this video, what is actually happening is the reverse of what the caption says. Yes.
Council.
On a lighter note, Chair, on a lighter note, the committee as a Gor Mahia fan here who knows the direction of stones.
I am guided, Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to guide Council. Council, there is a lot of meat that you can go after. Because at the end of the day, that stone hits the vehicle. That tells you where the stone is coming from.
Yeah, but the
Because
problem, Chair, I have
not,
is that the caption misleads you, the direction.
Just a minute, Council. If that stone bounces off the vehicle, it cannot have originated from in front of the vehicle to bounce off the car, then go into the assembly. You understand?
It's not bouncing off a vehicle.
Play the video. Just play the video. There's two stones.
I'm talking about the stone, the specific stone. Anyway, Chair, so that we move, I don't have to.
Council, Council,
Yes.
I think everybody knows what is happening in that video.
Yes.
You don't have to be a student of physics like the few of us here to know that that stone was flying from the county assembly, past the lady, and hitting the car. So just...
Anyway, we'll leave it to your interpretation, sir. I'm just saying, as a person who lives in Meru, it's the other way around, but we don't have to be detained.
But the stones of Meru are also subjected to Newton's laws of motion.
Chair.
Let's move, Chair. It's not a critical matter. I don't want us. And Chair, since a lot of my time has been taken in the interjections, I'll pray for 10 extra minutes from the 30 I have. And I pray at this point, Chair, I pray at this point you allow my learned friend, Mr. Sheikh Abdikadir, to continue the cross-examination.
Thank you, thank you. We thank you. Abdikadir, you have 28 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. No, it's okay. I'll do it from here. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
You said you are the Chief of Staff.
It's true.
Do you have a letter of appointment?
Yes, I have.
How were you recruited? Were you interviewed by the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
You were interviewed by the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
You are in charge of the governor's staff, but not the county staff?
Yes.
Do you know who is the head of the public service in the county?
Is the county secretary.
Okay. In your evidence in chief, you played a video where you implied that the Speaker of the County Assembly is not a member of, is not an MCA. Is the Speaker an MCA?
He is not.
Chairman, I would like to refer the committee to Article 177 1D, and perhaps if the Council can give the Constitution Article 177 1D so that he can read to the committee.
Chair.
Council, can you help? Daktari, yeah. Can you please read Article 177(1) all the way to D, A, B, C, D?
A county assembly consists of A, members elected by the registered voters of the wards, each ward constituting a single member constituency on the same day as the general election of the member of parliament, being the second Tuesday in August in every fifth year. Number B, the number of special seat members necessary to ensure that no more than 2/3 of the membership of the assembly are of the same gender. Number C, the number of members of the marginalized groups, including the persons with disability and the youth, prescribed by an act of parliament. And number D, the speaker who is an ex-officio.
Thank you. Chairman, I wanted to draw the attention of the committee, particularly to...
That is the composition of the county assembly, not MCAs.
Thank you. 1D. Pass me the... No. The bundle. we're sharing.
Chairman,
No, the other one. There's another one.
you know, we're,
Senator Ali?
yes, we're statement of fact and the law, as a reference has been made for the witness to read, and it clearly states on the heading, the members of county assembly consist. Yeah, those are MCAs. So we would like, because of the record, to make sure that whatever references has been made, the witnesses needs to acknowledge, because this point of law, it's not a speculative statement.
Chair, also to add on that, just maybe it was not clear to the witness, he can as well read the County Government Act, Section 7.
Thank you, Senator. In your affidavit, you talked about the Ward Development Fund, and in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
In the previous regimes, were there ward development funds?
I've not seen that. I was not privy to the information.
Do you know what the ward development fund is for?
Yes, the information that I know is the one that is being discussed on whether to be interested in the constitution or not, like the CDF that is at the constituency level.
Oh, okay. So you think it's similar to the CDF?
Yes.
The County Government Act, one of the objectives is devolution is to allow people to make decisions affecting them.
Yes.
Do you agree the members of the County Assembly represent the people?
I agree.
Between the executive, the governor's branch, and the assembly, who represents the people?
Between, pardon?
Between the governor and the assembly, who represents the people? Who has the power of the people?
The MCA.
Do you know the function of the county assembly?
Yes.
Can you tell the committee what it is if you know?
There is the registration. There is oversight and the representation.
Will you say this impeachment is part of oversight?
Yes, it is.
Order, Council. Speaker, you know why I'm calling you Speaker.
Yes, I know.
In our other lives, I worked
Yes,
with you as
true,
our Speaker
true.
in Mandera, and I respect you so much. But let the records be correct. As far as the Constitution is concerned, Article 1, all democratically elected people are representatives of the people. So if it is about this process that is ongoing, the MCAs are representatives of the people, they're democratically elected, just as the governor and the MPs in Meru County.
Guided chairman, but I was asking in the context that in the affidavit of the witness, where he has said that the governor is protecting the people of Meru, and in several places in the response and in the affidavit it has been said that the MCAs are going for their selfish interest and the governor is protecting the people of Meru. I'm trying to bring out, as much as the governor is representing the people of Meru, are equally the MCAs.
If that is the case, we have no objection. Edwin was just, sorry, not Edwin, Senator Sifuna was just reminding me of a ruling a few months ago where it was found that the governor having been found in the constitution by that court, that to be a governor, you have to have the same qualifications like an MCA. So you're perfectly correct. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
The pilot is refusing. Why? That was the court, not me. And I was reminded by Senator Sifuna.
Thank you. In your affidavit, paragraph 43, and this is volume 4 of the governor's bundle, in your affidavit you said that the county assemblies have failed to undertake their work, such as refusal to approve the CECs. Do you agree that even rejecting the CECs is part of their work and they're doing their work?
They gave on demand.
That was not the question. The question is, by rejecting the CECs, are they doing the work they're meant to do, or they're
Yes,
not?
they are.
Thank you. In your affidavit, you talked about the public participation, and you played also a video. How often, or do you know how often the County Assembly of Meru does public participation? Do you know how often? Do you know how many times they do public participation?
I don't know.
Okay, for the benefit of everyone, the County Assembly holds a lot of public participations. When there are bills, they hold public participation. When they are doing budgets, they do public participation. When they are approving appointments, they do public participation. And therefore, what you have said here that they did not conduct public participation is not correct.
Chair, some clarification. Has the council become the witness, or is still cross-examining?
I think, to use the words of Sifuna, the council is now starting to overuse my latitude. So, council,
I'm guided, Chairman.
don't give evidence.
I am guided, Chairman. Perhaps, Chairman, I rephrase that, and I ask the witness. Witness, do you agree that the County Assembly holds public participations when they are doing bills, budgets, removal of office of CECs, and major projects in the county governments?
I cannot confirm.
And order, and even that one is not admissible. That is a leading question.
The leading, about cross-examination, about leading questions, Chairman.
Order. You can ask the same question and get the same answer. You don't have to lead.
Chairman, with a lot of
You're telling
respect.
the client, not the client, the witness, to say it the way you want. Put your question and let the witness then give you the answer that you want. If you can't, we can't help you.
Chairman, I have a lot of respect for the committee and the chairman, but we have to agree on the ground rules. Evidence in chief is where leading is not allowed. And there are a lot of councils in the House, and they will disagree with me. But in cross, it's about leading questions.
So, you want us to agree with you, council, that you do what you want, and then we find fault when we are writing the report, and in the process, to your detriment. I was helping you so that you can come out best, so that all of us can accommodate your evidence. We don't want to kill it technically.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
I'm
maybe Ms. Honorable Sifuna can guide the committee. Actually, council is right. The rules are the other way around.
Chairman, I got the
But
point.
I don't want to be saying it from this side, because I think what my colleague is saying is that leading questions are allowed in this phase. It is in the other phase they are not allowed.
Okay, fair enough. You proceed. My team of legal advisors will advise us. Just proceed.
Chairman, it's the last thing I wanted to disagree with you, but
Proceed. Abdi.
Witness, you said in paragraph 21 of your witness statements that the minority leader, Honorable Mwangaza's statement refers to false public outcry for the governor to sit down with the elected leaders, yet the governor has made numerous attempts to reach out to the leaders in Meru. Did you put any proof that that has happened?
Yes.
Okay. So can you point to the committee where that evidence is, please?
The first one is in page 42.
What document is it?
Governor writing to the county assembly requesting for a meeting between all elected leaders in Meru County.
Dated?
Dated 31st of October,
The next
2022.
The next document?
The next document is annex number KMS11, page 47, where governor and a meeting that was held at Windsor Hotel through the Council of Governors chair and other members of Council of Governors and the leadership of Meru County.
Okay, thank you.
The third one.
I need two. Thank you. Paragraph 3 of your affidavit, you said that the second last paragraph, and therefore competent enough to respond to all the allegations leveled against the governor.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 3 of your affidavit. Paragraph 3, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And you've mentioned that there was a meeting at Windsor Hotel, correct?
Is correct.
Were you sitting in the meeting?
I was not.
So what you have said here that is hearsay then?
Not hearsay.
Okay. If you were not in the meeting, how did you know the outcome of the meeting?
I want to read that paragraph where I mentioned, it is in my paragraph 24. I made it very clear. In paragraph 24 is when I talked of that meeting, and if around I can read this one.
Read.
That as the private secretary of the governor, I am briefed about all the meetings that are organized, and I am personally aware of the meetings that the governor attended at the Windsor Hotel in Nairobi for the mediation with the county assembly leadership and the chairperson of the Council of Governors in support of some other governors.
Okay.
And group photo, then I go on and see the responsibilities that I was given in paragraph 25 and 26 and 27, of which I was given, which was outcome of the meeting that was held at that place.
Okay. So, do you know what a hearsay is, Harrison? If you don't know, it's okay. You were briefed, you were told. What you are told is what a hearsay is. Okay. That's all for this witness, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, why is there that light? Yes, Boniface?
Honorable Chair, how many minutes do you have left?
10 minutes.
Okay, I think I can take up the remaining 10 minutes.
Yes.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee, my name is Meru Mawera, and I will ask the witness a few questions. I want to refer the witness to our volume 4, that is a county assembly documents. Maybe council can show it to him. From pages 319 to page 400. Are you there?
Yes.
Yesterday we were told that there are no written memoranda in support of the motion for impeachment. And I want you to confirm whether all these memoranda are written by hand or whether they are typed. From pages 319 all the way to page 400. And you can confirm whether they are all in support of the motion for impeachment.
They are all handwritten.
Are they in support of the motion for impeachment? You can
Unless
just
I
read out
read
the-
them, I cannot comment. This is a big document. From 319
Okay.
to 400 is 100 pages, almost 100 pages. I cannot confirm that.
On page 319, the second line from the top, after the heading, you can read it aloud.
Page 319,
Yes.
second.
The second line from the top, after the heading, I, Polycarp Majau,
Yes, I can read that.
read it aloud, please.
I, Polycarp Majau, of ID number 33009715, phone number 0721-137592, from Abogeta West, warned, do support the motion to impeach Meru County Governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, due to the following misconducts. Number one, humiliation.
I think that is enough.
Okay.
You confirm that memoranda is in support of the motion for impeachment?
Yes, is in support.
Okay. You can turn to page. I want to show you one which is clear enough for you to read. To page 360. You can read paragraph 1.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Perhaps, Chair, when the witness is reading some of those things, let him omit the details of the people there. Because you are on live TV, you can imagine your phone number being broadcast across the nation. I'm sure it is not, it's not in order.
Fair enough, Chair. You can just read the part
Okay,
where.
that makes sense.
You can read the part where it shows whether the person who has provided this memoranda is in support or opposition to the impeachment motion.
It is in paragraph.
In fact, the first line, the first paragraph, the first line,
It is in support.
it is in support. I think those are enough, Honorable Chair, to show that there were written memoranda in support.
Thank you very much. You done?
I'm not done yet.
Oh.
Honorable Chair, I want this witness, because in the morning, he told us in his evidence in chief that there was an equalization fund by the previous regime In fact, he told us the first government of Meru, there was a ward fund allocation for, I think, 25 million by Governor Munya, and then 20 million by Governor Kiraitu. And in his own words, he said that is an equalization fund. So, Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
What do you understand by the word equalization?
My understanding of equalization is whereby everyone is given an equal share.
So, equalization means everyone gets an equal share?
Yeah, for example, for the case of Meru County with 45 wands, if each ward gets 10 million, every ward will get 10 million. That's what I understand.
So you confirm that it is only for the 45 wards, it is only the 45 wards that would benefit from this equalization fund?
I can confirm that.
So nominated members of the county assembly, because they do not represent a ward, would not benefit from it?
They cannot.
Okay. You also confirm that, or can you confirm rather, that this equalization fund is meant to ensure that every ward, irrespective of whether the member of the county assembly agrees with the governor or not, at least gets some development?
I do agree.
Yes. I want you to inform this committee and the chair how the executive, or not the executive, how the ward fund is executed. Who retains control of the ward fund?
There is no ward fund. We
Okay,
are talking of equalization fund.
What do you call equalization fund? And you actually told us that the governor has allocated 10 million.
That's the equalization fund that is under the various ministries. And I explained this one in the morning.
Yes.
If, for example, in
In
Abogeta
fact, you use
West.
the word line ministry.
Yes.
That the funds remain with the line ministry.
Yes.
So the executive retains the control of this fund, whether equalization or ward fund.
Equalization fund is different from ward fund.
But
Ward
what was in
fund
the
is
previous
the sa-
regime? What was in the two previous regimes? Was there a ward fund?
I'm not aware of any ward fund in
So you
Kenya. That's
confirm-
in Kenya.
You confirm that Governor Munya and Governor Kiraitu only allocated these equalization funds and not ward fund?
There is no ward fund.
There is no ward fund.
Yes.
Okay. And you also confirm that the executive, the line ministries, to borrow your words, retain control of this equalization fund.
Yes, it's true.
So the 10 million that you say the governor has allocated, I would believe it is to this equalization fund.
Yes, it's true.
Is the money distributed directly to the wards?
Projects from those ones are allocated that money.
Projects.
Yes.
Who executes these projects?
The executive.
The executive. Who does the procurement for these projects?
The executive.
So there is nowhere where there's no place whatsoever, because the funds remain with the county executive, and the county executive executes these projects.
It's true.
You confirm that?
Yes.
Then I'm lost, Honorable Mr. Gatobu. I am lost because you said in the morning that MCAs refused to approve the CECs because they were not given this.
They are requesting a request that has not been given. There is also a cry across the country about the ward fund.
Have you talked about this equalization fund anywhere in your affidavit? Have you?
Have not.
What is the term or the phrase rather you've used to refer to this fund in your affidavit?
I didn't mention it. What I mentioned
No,
is that
check paragraph 41 of your affidavit. Don't you talk about the word fund?
there is a difference between ward fund and equalization fund. That's what I want this committee to take.
Order. The time is up.
Maybe, Chair, you can hand me just 2 minutes to conclude on this one.
Okay.
I think the last question for you, Mr. Katobu, is do you confirm then that this fund or these monies that the governor, in a generosity, has allocated to these projects are left in the executive? There are no specific accounts like in the case of CDF, where these monies are deposited, or where they can, or where withdrawals can be made from, or where charges can be made from?
I can confirm that.
Okay, that is all in cross-examination, Honorable Chair.
Chair, please allow my colleague, Mr. Muriuki, to ask just 2 or 3 questions. I know our time is up, but there was a lot of interjections before I took my seat. You could gracefully give us 5 to 10 minutes.
Very good. So we're not being too harsh. There's another witness who is coming to speak to the same issue. When you are cross-examining, tie up those things. We have timelines to meet. The 30th is fast approaching. So, witness, thank you so much. You've done so much for one man in one day. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We have re-examination. I think we need a break, but I will not give. So, counsel for the governor, re-examination. How much time do you need for your re-examination?
Honorable Chairman, just 25 minutes only will be sufficient.
Are you re-examining alone, or you'll give some of the time to?
I will do that alone, my lord.
Alone? Okay. Yes. So, conclude it in 15 minutes. You had this witness the whole day.
Very well.
15 minutes. Counting.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
You were asked about several letters, some starting from page 50.
Yes.
And one up to page 90.
Yes.
Honorable Committee, I'm referring to the bundle in support, the bundle of documents in support of the governor's case, volume 2, the letters annexed at page 50 up to page 57, and the other letter at page 90 of that bundle. Look at the one at page 90 of that bundle. It's an appointment.
Yes.
Who made the appointment?
Public Service Board.
Is governor the Public Service Board?
No.
Are they independent?
Yes.
Assuming that appointment was in error or in violation of the law, can that be attributed to the governor?
No.
The other bundle of letters I've referred to, you were examined in evidence and you said they were a response to a memo or a request for information.
It's true.
Are those letters by public servants?
Yes.
From public offices?
Yes.
Is any Kenyan has a right to request for any information from a public office?
Yes.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Has that information been challenged?
No.
The contents in that letters, it's information that was resident in an office. That's correct?
Yes, it's true.
So this information did not occur after the motion.
Yeah, it did not occur after motion.
So these letters are merely informing you of a position that existed before the motion.
It's true.
You were led in cross-examined on why you did not go to county assembly to testify.
Yes.
Would you tell us about the conservatory orders?
The conservatory orders were that the governor was advised by the legal counsel that there is a conservatory order, and by going to the county assembly, it was a breach of the conservatory orders, and actually she's the one who was given the conservatory orders.
Did you inform the county assembly of that optimistic wisdom of the governor?
Yes.
Did the county assembly respond in equal wisdom?
No.
There's a question arising from Meru Youth Service.
Yes.
What kind of an institution is this?
Is a SAGAS.
It's a SAGAS. What is its purpose?
The purpose of Meru Youth Service is to handle issues relating to youth.
What does that mean?
It means that it has been handling issues like the chokoras that have been in our villages. They were corrected and trained. Actually, they were given paramilitary training, and some of them were given the training in our institutions.
So could we say it's rehabilitation
It's true, it's rehabilitation.
and empowerment?
That's correct one.
To have a patron who would inspire them, sponsor them, direct them, advise them, would that be a problem?
It is not a problem.
The chairman, the patron is a ceremonial office. Does it interfere with the management of that institution?
No.
You were asked about the appointment of Mr. Hilary Sunday,
Yes.
and you were asked whether that required approval.
Yes.
Is that an appointment in the office of the governor?
Yes, it is.
Who appoints?
Public service. The governor forwards the name to the public service to confirm the qualifications, and then appointment is done by public service.
So the public service had the option to reject if they found criterion was not met.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to you have been led in examination to the fact that a speaker of a county assembly is a member of county assembly. That's correct?
It is true.
He is also an ex-officio member of that assembly.
It is true.
Can the speaker take positions in the debate of the assembly?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, can the speaker vote?
No.
Is the speaker supposed to take control of the house and ensure observance of standing orders?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, and in the light of the videos you broadcasted to us earlier in the day, what would you say is the conduct of the Meru County Assembly Speaker?
One, he is partial. Number two, did not control the county assembly. Like, for example, when people are making noise and there is a standing order that is supposed to ensure that the governor is standing in silence, he allowed that without a comment. Again, the other thing that I noticed, in normal cases, a member notifies the speaker that there is no quorum, but in the case of the Meru County, the speaker was able to himself notice that there was no quorum in the county assembly.
To the best of your knowledge, has any of the MCAs been cautioned or admonished for taking such an unparliamentary conduct?
No.
In the morning, and it has been an issue in cross-examination, you've been asked about public participation.
Yes.
You casted some videos on public participation. Would you recall?
Yes, I can.
How would you describe the nature of the public participation?
I still say that they are shambolic. Shambolic.
They were shambolic.
Yes.
So is it your case that there was shambolic public participation, though there was?
Yes, it is my case.
You've been asked who conducts, whether you know how the county assembly, or how many public participation exercises county assemblies conduct. You remember?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, in Meru County, is there any registration? Are you aware of a registration governing public participation?
I'm not very sure.
You're not very sure.
Yeah.
You touch on that. I want to refer you to the bundle of documents that you brought. Honorable Committee, I'm referring to Volume 2 of the Governor's bundle in support of her case. You have Volume 2? Do you have it?
Yes, I have.
These are memoranda for public participation. Sorry, Honorable Committee. I'm referring to volume 4 of the County Assembly documents, not the governor's documents. Volume 4, the County Assembly's documents. Do you have that document?
Yes.
I would refer you to only a few of them. I would like to start with page 265, page 264. Are you at page?
Yes.
Are you at page 264?
Yes.
What is the date of that document? The date?
December 13, 2022.
What is the name of that document?
Support of governor impeachment.
I want you to read the first sentence after the subject of that document.
I support the impeachment of the governor, of the Meru governor, for the following reasons: bullying and inciting the public against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture on Mithika Rinturi at a publicly held atirare.
At the last sentence,
accusing the members of the assembly by calling the Birwa.
go to the next page, 265.
Yes.
Would you read the date of that document?
December 13, 2022.
What's the name of the person owning the document?
Ian Kedenji. The first one was Kim Morioki.
The first sentence after the reference to that, the subject.
I support the impeachment of the Meru governor for the following reasons: bullying and inciting the public against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture on Mithika Rinturi at a publicly held atirare.
And the last sentence?
Accusing the members of assembly by calling the Birwa.
I want you to confirm to this honorable committee that those two documents are a replica of each other.
It's
save
true.
For the name and the ID numbers, which are handwritten.
It's true.
So these documents were pre-typed.
It's true.
Please look at page 263.
Yes.
You are to page 263?
Yes.
Chair, Council,
Yes.
just for your own advice, the point has been made. Please move on to the next one. You only have 5 more minutes left.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Gatobu, you've been referred to paragraph 3 of your affidavit on your ability to depone to matters of evidence
Yes.
in this motion.
Yes.
In that affidavit, would you go to the last page? Are you at the last paragraph? Paragraph 53 of your supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
Would you read the last paragraph of that affidavit?
That what is stated here above is true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, save for information whose source I have disclosed.
So you have deponed on matters based on information
Yes.
and personal belief.
Yes.
That information, you have explained how you came across, for instance, the information on the county assembly meeting at Windsor.
Yes.
You've also given video evidence that has corroborated your averments in your affidavit.
Yes.
Council, you have 2 minutes.
There is an issue that took us a lot of time when you are giving evidence in cross-examination, On the
Yes.
two issues of Director for Communication and Director of Press in the Office of the Governor, would you, in a summary way, show us the distinction between the two offices?
That is the same office. Director of Communication and Director of Press Service is one person.
How is it different with the one that was advertised?
The ones that was advertised were not for the directors. It was for officers, the communication officers. The difference, and this question I was asked, I want to state like this. You can have even junior officers under you that goes through public service, and then you are appointee. For example, you have a cabinet secretary, but in that ministry, you can have other people that are employed in different capacities, like the ones that are employed by the public service.
The person of interest is the person at page 90 of the Governor's Bundle of Documents. At page 90, volume 2.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
That person was appointed to which position?
Director of Communication, which is also the same as Director of Governor Press, is the
And
same position.
The subject matter of that letter from the service board, it says, what appointment is it? Look at the subject matter.
Appointment of governor's staff.
It's a
Governor's staff.
appointment of governor's staff.
Yes.
There is a
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Committee. That's all for this witness.
Thank you very much. All right. Witness, bear with us. You have 4 more questions.
Yes, Chair.
On my right? Yes, Esther, first question.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to ask Mr. Harrison, you currently hold the office of Chief of Staff, Private Secretary, and at the same time you double up as the Master of Ceremony in the Governor's events.
It's true.
Don't you think someone would argue the nature of your duties is affecting Article 10 and Chapter 6 on the conduct of public officers? And then the second question is, you mentioned the Okolea program. What's the nature of the Okolea program? Is there any legal instrument that created that program, or in what sense does it exist?
Through the chair, the first question about my being chief of staff, it is on duty. MC is on duty of chief of staff when the governor is in a meeting. So that chief of MC or master of ceremony, it is not an office. It is the duty that is supposed to be carried out by the chief of staff, who is also referred to as the same position, private secretary to the governor. Is the one of the roles that I play as the chief of staff. Number 2, pardon the question, please.
You mentioned about the Okolea program as something that led to us having the Hustlers Ambassador. So my concern is there, what's the existence of that Okolea program? Is there a legal instrument that created it? Make me understand, please, Mr. Harrison.
Okay, the Okolea program, through the chair, is a program that in governor started way back even before she became the member of the women rep for Meru County. Is her own initiative, whereby she started by assisting the poor from the community from her own savings. She continued with that even after she became the women rep for Meru County. And now that she has become the governor of Meru County, she found it worthy to give that responsibility to a person that is very close to her, who is the husband, so that the same program will continue. Reasons for that the governor gave us is that having the responsibilities of the governor of Meru County may hinder her from functioning a program that is started even way back before she became a women rep. That's what I know.
Thank you. Senator Roba.
Thank you very much. Harrison, I just, you've given a lot of information, but I want to just center on a few quick questions where it requires yes and no, just answers yes and no. Does Meru County have county secretary?
Yes.
What do you understand as the role of the county secretary?
Is in charge of public service.
In the letters you've written, as it is contained in between 30 and 40 or KMS 12, the whole of that section, why did you choose to write that letter when there is head of public service that could have inquired anything staff related?
In normal situations, the county secretary handles official matters of the county government, the entire county of government. But here is specific, where the governor is the one that is in trial, is under trial, and it was my responsibility on behalf of the governor, who is the accused, to actually look for those information from the relevant offices.
Okay, who does the county secretary report to?
He reports to the governor.
Okay, so he has the legal mandate. He is the head of public service. He reports to the governor. The governor could have directed that role to be done. And then if that role of communicating between, in terms of public service management, communicating between the office of the governor as it relates to staff, that is general, because it touched on many issues, including Hillary Sandy, because these are questions that came up. Now, what I want to find out, aren't you usurping the role of the county secretary as alleged or discussed in the evidence that was put against the governor?
I'm not doing that because even if you look at all the documents that are coming from the county assembly, going to the governor, I'm the one who is copied instead of the county secretary. That's the formula that I used.
Okay.
Because this matter was related to the county assembly, and they have copied me all their correspondences to the governor.
Well, is that the way the Meru County is set? Because procedurally, and I'm talking to you as a governor who has served 2 terms, procedurally all official communication comes to the county secretary. He channels that to the office of the governor. The role of the chief of staff, I want to find out to the best of your understanding, because when TA, Transition Authority, gave those positions, you're not even supposed to be appointed by the County Public Service Board. You're supposed to be directly appointed by the governor as personal staff of the governor. So in your case here, it seems your role has extended beyond the chief of staff mandate as we know it or as it has been allowed. Previously, were you directly employed as chief of staff, or you were working in the county government as employed by the County Public Service Board in a different capacity?
When?
Okay, before the governor took you on board as the chief of staff, were you employee of Meru County?
No, I was an employee of Honorable Kaduri Morongi, the senator for Meru County. And Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Who signed your letter of appointment?
The governor.
when you were getting cross-examined, I think, by the lawyers, you stated that you were recruited by the board.
It's true.
So which position is true? Recruited by the board or recruited by the governor?
I want to read exactly what happened.
And I just want to, were you recruited by the governor or recruited by the board? That's it.
Your name is forwarded by the governor to the public service for recruitment.
Who signed your letter of appointment?
The CEO of the public service.
So I just asked you a question a few seconds before. Were you appointed by the governor or the county public service board?
I was appointed by the public service board.
So your letter of appointment is signed by the county public service
Yes.
board? Between yourself, in your view, and the county secretary, in that hierarchy of authority and responsibility, who is senior?
The county secretary.
And why did you take the responsibility of the county secretary upon yourself?
What I took is this matter that is before the committee was the issue relating to the impeachment of the governor of Meru County.
Could the same thing be,
And
Kidogo, could the same thing have been done by the county secretary as guided or requested by the office of the governor?
yes, it could have been done, but what I need to hand through the chair.
That's it. Just yes is fine, right? The last question I want to ask, because I have quite a lot of questions, in the interest of giving my colleagues time. Hilary Sandy, is that person the director of communication or the director of governor's press service?
Is the same person.
I'm asking, is that person the
Director of communication.
Do you have substantive director of governor's press service?
No.
So the person is the director of communication, is acting also in the position of director of governor's press service.
I need to know there are two positions because I took it to be one position.
Okay, let me help you. When the staff that TA approved as private staff of the governor, where the governor can appoint directly, is the director of governor's press service. And that is the title. Okay?
Okay.
Now, could you have used a different title and in the office of the governor to recruit a director of communication? If you do not have any other substantive director, then maybe the confusion is just in the title. You know,
Yes.
the director of communication or director of governor's press service.
Exactly.
So what I want to find out is, do you have any other director of governor's press service?
No.
So you only have director of communication?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we saw a video of former governor of Meru, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi, appointing board members of Twaweza program. Have you seen the legal instrument of Twaweza program, and does it have the post of patron?
I have not seen the legal instruments.
So you don't know whether it has that position of Twaweza program or not?
I don't know.
Okay. The Meru Youth Service legal instrument, does it have the post of patron?
No.
It doesn't have. So do you think that it was in order for the governor to appoint a patron for that saga, the Meru Youth Service, without reviewing the roles that would be undertaken by the patron in that organogram?
Pardon?
I'm saying, without revisiting the charter and the legal instrument of Meru Youth Service, because we don't have somebody or an officer in the name of a patron. what would be the roles of the patron that was appointed by the governor in that saga called Meru Youth Service?
Ceremonial?
Ceremonial.
Yes.
So how was he going to fit in that saga, Meru Youth Service? Don't you think there is an anomaly?
I made my reference very clear that the appointment of the first gentleman was not in any way related to the Meru Youth Service that we have. It was related to the issues that I mentioned about the Korea program, whereby there is a program that the governor has been running before she was elected as Women Rep of Meru County, which continued during her term, and now that she is the governor, she felt that she couldn't manage that.
Second clarification, Chair. There are some documents that were signed by Virginia Kawira, who is the CEO, acting CEO of County Public Service Board.
Yes.
Of Meru. Do we have a letter showing that, or evidence showing that she was appointed to that post? Because then she's signing documents that are supposed to be legal in nature, including the annexures that you've appended here.
Yes, the letter of acting capacity is available.
Is it in these annexures?
No, it's not attached.
Okay. Number 3, Chair, there were some roadside appointments that were made by the governor, so to speak, quote unquote. We were told of one Martin Koome Makasi, who was invited by the governor to talk about some issues in a rally, and he complained that they needed some security people in a market. And many people are paraded there, and some of them were told they are not adequate for the job and so on. Some were rejected, and some were taken for the job of watchman and so on. And in that same meeting, we were told that the sub-county administrator and ward admins were requested to recruit watchmen, firefighters, and so on. So finally, we find that these people don't get the job. Now, what I'm asking is, what was this, or these appointments or pronouncements supposed to achieve?
Number 1, for the watchmen, in the open air markets, the members that are selling that open air market normally employs their own people. There is nowhere in Meru County government that the watchman for the open air market has been employed by the county government. In that circumstance of Nkobo, when the open air market traders requested the governor through the area MCA, what she did, she took 3 gentlemen that were vetted by those traders so that they can have trust with them. And
who was supposed to pay them? Is it
the governor, they are paid.
Is it from the county?
Not from the county. They are paid by the governor from the program that I mentioned. The Korea program is the one that is handling, because that one was supposed to be handled by the traders themselves.
So were they finally employed?
Yes, they are employed by the Korea program. They are working under Korea program, which is completely different from the county government structure.
Chairman, the last one is about, sorry, I lost this. Sorry, Chair, just a minute. Maybe just go on, then I can come back.
Yes, I had seen Sifuna's light before you was to become.
Thank you, Chair. Witness, we will try and rush through the questions. Can I find out how old you are?
I was born in 1980.
So that is 42?
Yes.
So you have lived just like me, maybe, through some of a part of the history of this country where we used to have these so-called roadside appointments?
Yes.
You understand why Kenyans had this desire to move away from this system where we had an imperial president who would go to a market and say, so-and-so is now the cabinet secretary for health.
Yes.
And that we came up with this new constitution that has insisted on strengthening of institutions.
Yes.
Your governor is not accused of issuing letters of appointment illegally. You understand that point?
Yes.
She is being accused of standing at roadsides and proclaiming employment to people. Can you at least understand where the problem with that is? Do you see any problem with that? Given the history that we have gone through with you.
I understand that one.
You understand the history?
Very well, Chair, through the chair.
No. You can go through my chair now.
Okay.
Just use my chair. There was this meeting at Nkubu that my colleague has referenced.
Yes.
You said that there was a request from that MCA Koome.
Yes.
I want you, because throughout the day you have appeared to be like a truthful person. I don't want to refer you to that page 98 to read word for word what the MCA said. Did the MCA ask the governor to conduct a recruitment at that market from those people?
He did not request for...
there was no such request. Because there was also the question of the market wall.
Yes.
Why didn't the governor issue a tender for the construction of a market wall there and then and identify a supplier there and then? Because that was not the request.
Through the...
no, use my chair.
Okay.
Just agree with me that that was not the request.
That was not the request.
Okay.
What I needed to add on this...
Just a minute. We are just having a conversation. You help this committee to understand things.
Yes.
Because, as somebody has alluded to here, if you don't help the committee to see things, your boss goes, you also go. That's what was said.
Yeah.
Let's come to this question of the Timau firefighters.
Yes.
Who in Timau requested for those appointments? Because at least in Kubu you said the MCA asked for them. Who requested in Timau?
It was requested by the community there.
In the video that you played us, because your council played, at least in Kubu, the request and the action. Was there a part in that video where you showed us the request from the community at Timau? Yes or no?
No.
Now, this question of the firefighters, you told us that they are working under this program called Okolea.
Yes.
In the video that you played us, is there any point where your governor makes reference to the Okolea program? In the video you have played before the Senate?
No.
Okay. We go to Kianjai. Who requested the recruitment in Kianjai?
The community.
Do you have that in the material that you've placed before us to see the request just like you did in Kubu?
No.
Okay. Now, let's go to this other accusation because there's the question of the forceful entry into the assembly. We agreed there was a formal invitation, there was a gazettement. The accusation, at least the allegation was made here yesterday, that instead of the governor going straight to the speaker's office to be received, she went straight to the assembly. Is that allegation true? It was made here yesterday.
It was not true.
Yes.
Actually, I was there when she was signing the visitor's book at the speaker's office.
So we have a gap in the videos. We have a gap in the videos that have been presented both by the assembly and by yourselves. Both videos don't seem to show us this journey to the speaker's office. Is it possible that you people have that video of the journey from wherever to the speaker's office? Because we seem to end at the door there where the allegation is being made that there was forceful entry. That's what the assembly is saying. You guys are alleging you walked in a peaceful procession like a wedding. We want to know, is there a possibility that anyone has that video?
We can look for that video.
You can look for it?
Yes.
Then there was this function at Muthara. I think you said it was a funeral.
Yes, it was.
You have showed us everything that everybody else said. They were speaking about the ward fund. Is there a video, because you told us the governor was present at that function, is there a video of the governor's response to what those MCAs were saying at that particular funeral?
Yes, it was there.
Do you want to share it with the Senate, or it's not for our consumption? You only wanted us to see what the MCAs were saying?
We can get it and share.
Okay. Then there is the question of the meeting at the control of budget. You were present in that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Is there any document, a letter, like the one you have showed us from the EACC, on this position that you said the control of budget gave you on the question of the ward fund? Do you have any document in the bundle here that the committee can look at when we retreat?
It is not in the bundle, but we have those letters.
Okay. In your view, what really is the problem with this question of the ward fund? Is it that the MCAs are unhappy with you calling it equalization fund? Or is it the amount that has been allocated to the equalization? What is the problem in your view?
My problem is...
Not yours. What is the problem the MCAs have with what Governor Kawira has given, calling it equalization fund 10 million? Is it the figure? Is it the name? Is it both?
It is the control. The control of one fund, as it is in the case of CDF. Because they want to treat it as the CDF, whereby CDF is the money that is at the constituency level, and they want a fund that should be at the county, at the ward level,
Witness,
which is nowhere in the law.
You do understand even the CDF is not sent to the member of parliament's account?
Yes, I do.
Is that what the members of Meru are demanding, that this money be put in their individual accounts? Is that what they're asking the governor?
Not their individual accounts,
Yes.
but an account that gets that money from, say, exchequer. You know, the CDF goes to a certain account at the constituency level from the exchequer direct.
That's what they want.
Yes.
Let's revisit this visit to the assembly, please. Is it ordinary when your governor is conducting her business, like when you went to the control of budgets office, was she walking around with a camera crew and a microphone to record the proceedings?
No.
So what was special about this visit to the assembly? Did she know that she was going into for a confrontation that she needed to record? Because I saw from the video there, immediately she arrives at the gate, she started recording and was handed a mic. Was she expecting a confrontation? Or did she go there for a confrontation?
No. What happened that day was widely advertised, and we had many media houses that were present to do the coverage. That's where even we got some of the videos, including live coverage inside the county assembly.
She was handed a mic for the camera that was shooting that video. But let's move on to this Ithili humiliation. You know, this humiliation of this MCA called Ithili.
Yes.
You spoke about the crowd demanding for this MCA to apologize to the governor.
Yes.
What were the crowd demanding that he apologize for? What was his mistake?
The crowd was demanding because...
What was his mistake? What was he supposed to say sorry for? What had he done?
Their demand was reference to the activities of 19th, where governor was, the MCAs and thrown some stones to the governor, and they petitioned the governor, and that's why they were requesting for apology from one of them, one of their own.
That's what the crowd was chanting?
Yes.
And we can discern that from the videos?
Yes, we can get that one from the video.
I thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Tobiko.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gato.
Yes.
Yesterday we were told Meru is in crisis.
Yes.
And we were told there is, if it goes unchecked, it is an unmitigated disaster.
Yes.
I'm using the words of the council for the county assembly. And we were told that democracy has produced unintended consequences in Meru.
Yes.
What do you have to say about that? Is there a crisis in Meru?
No crisis.
Is there a problem in Meru?
No, there is a misunderstanding. The working relationship between the county assembly and the executive is not good. I don't know how to engage that one to the extent of the question that you've asked me.
We were told yesterday that for Meru to settle down, to have peace and have development, we need to sacrifice one person. I'm still using the words of the council, of the council for the county assembly. We need to sacrifice one person who is the cause of the storm. Who is the cause of the storm in Meru?
It's everyone. I'm saying this because the governor, in my presence, has tried to best of our ability to make sure that the crises that are in Meru are handled.
So it is everyone, including the governor?
Yes.
Good, all right. To me, you look like one of the very close people to the governor, now that you seem to know everything around the governor, the meetings she attends and the people she meets, and possibly her confidence, the inner circle. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
It is true. So if this select committee of the Senate finds the governor culpable of the charges that are before us, you would also admit that you have failed in your duty as one of the advisors of the governor?
On this question, I want to say I'm part of those people that have tried to mediate in my level.
I'm talking about, not even to mediate, I'm talking about handling the governor, the governor's handlers. Does the governor has an advisory council or an advisory team, which I want to believe you must be part of?
Yes, it is there.
It is there.
Yes.
So if we uphold the impeachment motion, you will have let Meru down.
Yes.
You will be among the people who have let Meru down.
On this question, I want to say categorically that we, those that are with the governor, we've tried our best. Governor has complied with all our requests for her. Governor has also complied with the requests for those that are outside. For example, she 100% complied with the request from the Council of Governors and allowed the MCAs now to come down.
Gatobu, we are here and Kenya is watching. We want to solve the problem in Meru.
Yes.
Would you say that the governor is a difficult person to deal with?
She is not.
Would you say that because all other leaders have been unable to work with her, what would you then say is a problem? Is it you, the advisors? Is it the spouse? Is it the governor, Kawera, the person? We need to get the problem in Meru.
The major problem that we have in Meru is the one that you mentioned. I want to be very clear on this. When you give a demand to the governor that is not tenable. For example, the MCAs have said categorically, and that's why we are able to bring even the videos that are outside this motion, because we felt that that is where the major problem
Mr.
is.
Gatobu, you're not being honest, because we have watched videos here of roadside declarations, of things that ordinarily a leader may not be expected of. So, would you tell us you are the one advising the governor to make roadside declarations, to do employment in the streets, to shout at every leader, to attack the church?
In my own assessment, I want to say, and that's what I want to repeat, the problem that is in email, to be very sincere from the bottom of my heart, is not what is contained in the in Meru County.
Chair, I rest my case.
Sure. Senator Okech, I'd seen your light first.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief, actually. You have been, in your introduction and in a number of questions by different council members and one member of this committee, you have been asked, in the county of Meru, who do you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself a staff of the governor's office, or do you consider yourself an employee of the County Public Service Board of Meru?
I'm a staff in the governor's office.
You're a staff in the governor's office?
Yes.
Chair, I hope you take note on that, because the witness said when Senator Ali Roba asked that you are an employee of the County Public Service Board. But that said, you did indicate that there are processes that establish the governor's staff, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of that those processes?
Yes.
Did you indicate that one of them is conducting interviews? One of them is the County Public Service Board conducts interviews,
Yes.
and then recommends to the governor?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is not competitive.
Is what?
It is not competitive.
It's not competitive.
Yes.
That's fine. I want to turn you to page 20, page 90 of volume 2 of the governor's papers. Are you there?
Yes.
There are officers there that are indicated with a communication from the Secretary of the Meru County Public Service Board to you, right?
Yes.
To appoint, right?
Yes.
The indication there is that the letter is dated on 1st September 2022.
Yes.
And in the body of that letter, there is a request that you had sent to the Meru County Public Service Board on 30th of August.
Yes.
Are we together up to there?
Yes.
Is it in your understanding that the Meru County Public Service Board did an interview to the officers indicated here between 30th August 2022 and 1st September 2022?
That is, I am seeing the difference of 1 day, but that was their responsibility, and that is the response
That's
that I got.
not what I've asked. Are you convinced that between 30th August 2022 and 1st September 2022, there was a conducted interview for the officers indicated here? Are you convinced? That's my question.
I'm convinced.
Okay. The last question, Chair, to this witness. You have given a number of communications between you as the Chief of Staff and the Meru County Public Service Board between, let me just go to page 49. I don't want to go to the specifics. Page 49 and page 59. Most of the letters that were letters of inquiry from you to the Meru County Public Service Board. For instance, on page 29, there is a letter on the appointment of the gentleman, the first gentleman, and below listed people, right?
Yes.
And they are dated 22nd November 2022.
Yes.
And the responses are generally on 23rd November 2022.
Yes.
Are we together in this?
Yes, we are together.
Were these letters, in your own understanding, that were these letters to the board your normal diligence duty, or a pure response to a coming impeachment motion?
On this, I want to reference to what happened. This is the second impeachment motion that we have. Some of the letters.
No. Witness, you're not going to frame my question and then answer them.
Yes.
I'm asking you a specific question. Were these letters to because the dates are very clear here.
Yes.
And you know you have provided the dates when the pronouncements of appointments were also made. I have them, right? Which some of them span to about 2 months before these letters.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, were these letters sent as your own diligence process meaning that you're taking your own responsibility as your roles in your capacity as a chief of staff, or were these in response or in preparation for the impeding impeachment motion?
Actually, you are true. These letters were after we received the motion, when the governor received the motion, and in the motion, there was indication of these names. That is the time we wrote the letters to get the information.
Not we, it is you who wrote the letters.
Yes, it's me.
I'm very specific with you.
Yes.
So you wrote them as a function of coming impeachment.
It's true.
So without the impeachment, are you trying to insinuate that you wouldn't have written these letters as a diligence process?
Yes, I could not have requested for them.
The last question to you. Between the time that pronouncements, for instance, of the first gentleman and the time you're writing these letters, in your own understanding, what were the tasks that the first gentleman was doing in the county based on the appointment that you know?
He was working on the Korea program, and I didn't know at any point it will bring the issue that we have today.
So you are sure this committee that he was working?
Under the Korea program, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair.
Tangwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
I can see you're very conversant with matters governance.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good thing. I'm going to ask you simple questions. What is Mbirwa?
Mbirwa is a fox in Kimeru.
A fox?
Yes.
So if I called you a fox, what would be your recourse? What would you do to me?
There is no problem with that.
So
you know, in Meru, we have people even that are called by names of animals in Meru.
Okay.
For example, we have Mpaka. Mpaka refers to a cat, but we have many Mpakas in Meru. We have Ng'ombe, referring to a cow, but we have people that are called by animals' name. What happened in the history of Meru? If you are born after the person that was born before you died, you are named by the name of an animal.
So calling you a fox wouldn't be an insult?
That is not an insult.
Okay. Between you, the chief of staff, and the county secretary, who could be seen to be more competent to appear before this committee to give evidence on behalf of the governor?
It is the county secretary, but allow me to add something. Even in terms of the lawyers, the official person that could have done this is the attorney, the county attorney. In the matters that are relating to county government, the county secretary and legally the county attorney are the ones that are in charge of that. But in this matter, it is the governor as a person. What is in trial is not the county government of Meru, but governor as a person. That's why even he has gone ahead to get private legal team to represent him.
Okay. Up to there, let's go to the committee that was appointed or formed during the taxi stakeholders meeting. You told us the committee was formed to investigate and maybe report to the governor on why there were wrangles between different taxi operators. What was the treasurer for that committee?
The committee that was formed was from among the members of taxi.
Yeah, I heard the governor say you're the organizing secretary, you're the treasurer. Were they supposed to pay some fines, pay for their sins? What was the treasurer? What was he to collect? What was he to manage?
There was an issue that they also mentioned about the money that they were supposed to pay. I don't know which committee, one of the committee was to pay the other committee. It was antagonist between the two committees, or between the two operators that were being, that was being handled.
Quick one. The speaker, as per the law, is an MCA. And when we are having events, the speaker always speaks in protocol-wise, from the governor, deputy governor. If the national leaders are not there, it's the speaker who comes third.
It's true.
So would we say that the speaker is a spokesperson of the assembly?
Yes, yes.
So by him conveying what the MCAs have agreed, would you call that partisan?
No.
Okay. You played the video of MCA DMK before he was elected for the second time, where he was telling the people of Meru not to vote for the governor. Then you played another video after the election, maintaining his stand. Could we say he was right?
It was not right. What I saw in the video, in the two clips, is a personal beef for him.
Personal beef.
Yes.
Second last question. The governor is seen in most videos doing roadside declarations and appointments, which you have watered down that he never employed anybody because there was no letters of appointments or pay slips and all that.
Yes.
Are you calling the governor a liar? He's lying to the people of Meru.
He's not lying, she's not lying to the people of Meru. The only difference that, something that is not very clear that I want to make it very clear, governor has been running a program that was there even before she became the women rep of Meru County. That program has been having people that she has employed personally. And she continued that program even after she was elected as the male women rep, and she has continued the same program even after she has become the governor. But now, due to many laws that she has to pray as the governor, that's the time that she delegated the law of ending that Korea program to the first gentleman, who is now ending the entire program that is away from the programs or the employment of operations of the county government of Meru.
Okay, we leave it at that. But this is an opinion, and maybe it will help me in proposing some of the recommendations. I would want your opinion on this one. The issue of public participation. MCAs go to the people to ask them whether it's okay for the governor to go. So that is public participation. Then in the issue of the governor employing, is also asking the people, can I employ these people? So why do you think it is okay for the MCAs to ask the people whether the governor should go, and the governor should not ask the people whether he should employ, she should employ?
My reference to the public participation or the employment, I was saying like this.
No. This is not in regards to what you have said. This is, I want to read your opinion.
Yes.
I'm actually trying to help you on this one. This is for you. What I'm trying to say is, do you think it's okay for the MCAs to do public participation, to ask the people whether the governor should go, but it is not okay for the governor to ask the people whom she should employ? In both terms, is that public participation? Would you call it?
Yes, and I support in both cases. The MCAs have right to do public participation for the impeachment of the governor, and have not opposed the public participation. What I said is that the public participation that was held on the 13th of December for the impeachment of governor was symbolic. I am not opposed to the public participation. What I was opposed
It's okay.
is the fight that were there during the public participation.
It's okay. That's all, Chair.
The Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to follow up with the 10 million, which was meant to be for the ward development or equalization fund, as you call it, because to me, equalization fund means something else. But this money for the ward development, don't you think it would have been right for the governor to use the MCRs, especially for the development in the ward, so that they work as a team if there was cooperation and coordination?
Actually, I agree with you 100% on this, and that is the approach the governor has taken.
Yeah, you mean the MCS literally refused to work together with the governor, because the MCA is the representative of the people at the ground. I'm not saying that the governor is not, but the MCA is more near to the people and he knows much better what the locals there need. I mean, the priorities of the projects that they need to do at the ward level. And so I expect the governor to work in coordination with the MCR so that they can deliver to the people of Meru.
I support that 100%. Allow me to read in my, page 6. I want to read page 6 in volume 4. There's something that I want to read. That was the address to the county assembly by the governor. I want to read paragraph 2 of page 6. Mr. Speaker, I invite the honorable members of the Assembly that we formulate a joint consultative forum on modalities of establishing an unworkable ward development fund for each ward within the confines of the law. This will also ensure that the elected county assembly members are able to address the surging demands from the electorates. I shall also be engaging the nominated members of the assembly in projects at the grassroots levels so as to appreciate their position and the law in development of the county and shed the murky tag of flower girls that has been associated with the political parties' nominees. So that was the address of the governor to the county assembly of Meru, to show that she was really willing to work with the MCAs on this issue.
Yes, but from that reading of the script that you have just read, as the governor or you or the people working with the governor tried to reach out to the MCS and see if they can implement the projects together?
We've tried. Even this document was supposed to be in the county assembly, and normally what happens after the governor's address, it is discussed by the members of county assembly for 4 days, and this is what governor wanted them to discuss even in the assembly.
Have they ever communicated with the governor or the office of the governor about any projects that they want to do at the ward level?
Yes, they have.
And what?
Sure, that is the question I wanted to add on the last one. So.
And what happened?
Governor has been telling them, let's come, sit down together, discuss about the modalities so that we are going to ensure whatever we are going to do is within the law. That has been the take for the governor, and that one has never happened. In all the attempts, including the message from the governor that was read to the county assembly by the speaker, the same was done.
And how about bursaries from the governor's office? How do they reach the people down at the ground?
Bursaries are part of this fund, whereby, for example, when you go to ward like in Kwene, out of the 10 equalization million fund, there is 3 million for bursary, there is 2 million for water, there is 1 million for loans, a total of that equalization fund.
And how do you get to know the needy children from the wards, you know, from the governor going down to the ward without the MCAs being involved?
There is a committee, there is laws that were passed, an act that was passed by the county government of Meru that is governing the same.
From the witnesses who stood there yesterday, all I heard from them, and the governor is here, she can bear witness, is that she's arrogant, she talks to them rudely.
Just give me leave to ask an additional question on the...
Why can't you let me finish and then you come
it's
up?
on this, it's on the word fund. That's what I just wanted to ask. Just follow up so that I follow through
Never
the thoughts.
mind.
Let me finish. Don't cut my floor, please. Senator, thank you. Because once you cut my floor, then thank you. I don't even know where I was now. Yeah, how does she identify the people who are needy at the ground? Because even as we struggle when we want to know the needy, maybe it will need to go through the MCRs, we need to go through the chiefs and all this. But you say that there is a committee at the ward level or at the governor's level?
It is structured to have a committee at the county level and the ward level. Actually, it is Education Enhancement Act of County Government of Meru of 2018.
There is no doubt that the governor is working because we can see her all over on the videos. But I would ask, I've heard you say in Jesus' name, so I believe you're a Christian.
Yes, I am.
And the governor is also a bishop.
Yes.
So I would pray that unity would come to Meru, because the word of God in the book of Proverbs, chapter 15, verse 1, says, a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs anger. And that is exactly, according to all what we've gathered here, is exactly what is happening in Meru. So after we do what we are going to do, I hope Meru will be in unity and Meru will work and will move together in unity. And especially working with the MCRs, because there is no way the governor can deliver without the MCRs. And there is no way the MCRs can deliver without the governor. Thank you.
I pray so in Jesus' name.
Just a follow-up, Governor, because, sorry, Chair. What I wanted to ask is that we have been told there is no new budget. The budget that is being implemented is the one that was made by the former county government. True or false?
It is true.
What has changed? Because in the previous government, we used to have about 20 to 25 million per year forward projects. What is the bone of contention now? What is the difference between that is occurring between the MCAs and the governor? Yet we are using the same budget.
Actually, that is the major challenge, major question that I have, because governor has not produced or given any new budget, and even some of the MCAs that are talking about the bond fund were there in the previous government, and they are the ones that passed the budget, which and only 10 million. They are the ones that did that way before the governor became governor of Meru County.
The Senator of Lamu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Harrison Gatobu.
Yes.
What is your position in Meru County government?
The Chief of Staff stroke Private Secretary to the governor.
Are you in any way related with the governor?
No.
Are you aware of the letter that was sent from the County Assembly of Meru, slated sometimes before the impeachment motion?
Two.
Are you aware of the letter that was sent to the governor sometimes before the impeachment motion?
Yes, I'm aware.
What was the content of the letter?
The letter was copied to me, and the letter was inviting the governor for the impeachment motion. That is the first letter I ever received from the county government of from the county assembly of Meru on matters of impeachment. There is no other letter that I've received.
So the letter was informing the governor that there is an impeachment, a pending impeachment motion.
Yes.
So there was no letter that was sent to the governor to go and clarify some issues about the working relationship between the governor and the members of county assembly?
There is no letter. It's the governor who wrote the letter to the county government of to county assembly of Meru, but not from the county assembly.
What do you think that has transpired between the members of county assembly and the governor that has culminated into a very poor working relationship between the governor and the members of county assembly?
One thing that I feel, the grassroots meetings that governor has been attending, they were viewed by the members of the county assembly as making her more popular in their areas because she was able to attend many meetings. That one was the first mode of contention because they were telling her she should not be attending the grassroots meeting. That is the first thing. The other thing that happened is about the ward fund, when they actually demanded that before you do anything, before you come to address the county assembly, before you engage us in any way, you need to pronounce yourself on the amount that you are going to give us as the ward fund, notwithstanding that even the budget that she was using is the budget that was passed last year, and she had no way of earning that amount because everything was budgeted.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I've not finished. My last question I just want to ask you the last question. In your own opinion, you know, as members of this committee, we are concerned about the people of Meru and the government of Meru. In your own opinion, why do you think that the governor have had a very poor working relationship with all the elected leaders of Meru?
One thing that I feel, there is the working formula of every elected leader. Governor has been so much working with the grassroots people, attending many meetings, attending to the real situations on the ground. That is one of the things that I can say has been a bone of contention. The other thing that I can mention is about demands of things or something that is not anchored in any law, and when she becomes so strict on that, then a problem arose. And in that, I give an example of the Ward Development Fund.
The members of county assembly, how many are they in total?
There are 69.
If you include the members of county assembly plus all the elected members, how many are they in total?
We have 12 plus 69, that is 12 plus 9, 81.
Among the 81 elected leaders, who has a good working relationship with the governor? Is there any that you can be able to quote?
I can quote, like last week, I saw the governor and the MP for North Element working together in a project that they were all invited. They were all invited by CS for agriculture, and there were many people that were there. The other thing that I also needed to note, I've seen a situation whereby someone like the MCA for Kiago, who really wanted to work with the governor, was discharged of the committee from the committees that he was in, and then maybe there is a fear that if you associate with the governor, then you are discharged from the committee. A good example is the MCA for Kiagu.
Chair, that's all I have for this.
Thank you. Mandako?
Thank you very much. My questions will be very brief, and because of time, I think for a number of questions, I just want a yes or no answer. Quickly, Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
We have a program called Okolea. Does it have employees?
Yes.
How are they paid?
They are paid by governor from our savings.
Okay, thank you. Was the program in Timau an Okolea program or a county program?
The ones that were recruited were to work under our Korea program, and we can repeat that clip because what happened, governors said very well that
Harrison,
we...
just a minute. I just wanted a straightforward answer so that we don't go back. Do you think, in your opinion, Okolea should be employing employees to work for public entities in Meru?
No.
Now, you as the chief of staff, do you have an appointment letter?
Yes.
Does it contain your job description?
Yes.
Does any of those job description include communication outside the office of the governor?
Yes.
My last question. You said you are an employee of the senator for Meru.
I was.
Did you contest for an MCA position?
In the preliminaries, I was, but I did go to the ballot.
Just a simple question. Did you contest for a seat, yes or no?
Yes.
Did you resign from your position of working for the office of the senator of Meru?
Yes.
How many months before the election?
6 months before election.
Which ward did you contest?
Abogeta West.
Is that the ward that also the mover of the impeachment motion comes from?
Yes.
So if we say that you have used your appointment in the office of the governor to further your political interests, and therefore put the governor in a coalition course because you are still settling your political course with the area MCA, would that be correct?
I have no idea on that because you have no problem with the MCA.
No, I just want a simple answer so that we move very fast.
I have no idea.
Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Members, I have some interventions, but because we want to manage time more, this is the principal and only witness of the governor. And since we have an opportunity to ask the governor one or two things, I'll ask them through her to you, because you are speaking almost on our behalf. Number two, I would like us to adjourn for 15 minutes. And at the end of the 15 minutes, the governor will take the witness stand. The first person will be the counsel for the governor. Introduce the governor, ask a few preliminary issues or whatever issues you want to prosecute, so as to open up an entry point for the man who really wanted the witness to take the stand, i.e. Dr. Mudomi. After that, colleagues, I'll manage time. We are approaching midnight now. I'll manage time.
Chair.
Oh, for real. I'll manage time so that then again we break out for 1 hour for parties to go and prepare their final submissions. They cannot come from what they're doing and then make submissions. We'll need to give them 1 hour. Then thereafter, we come.
Chair, maybe you can stand down the witness.
No, I'm just about to go there. Witness, thank you very much. You've been a fantastic young man.
Thank you, Chair.
For somebody who's 42 years, you are very resilient, and more importantly, you are very knowledgeable. I don't know what the governor would do without you.
Chair, or what he will do without the governor.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I like young people, so I'm proud of you. Very well. So then that will allow parties to come and then address us. After they finish addressing us, we have to do a closing ceremony. The evening is still very long. Members, you remember that we shall still have to proceed to our rendezvous view for report writing. So, Leo. Yes, Edwin?
Chair, just for clarity, all the council for the governor will be doing is to introduce her.
Yes.
Because they had given up the right to lead her in evidence, and the request that was acceded to by the committee was the request by council for the assembly for cross-examination.
Yes.
So I think you might even allocate time now so that they know. They'll have maybe 10 minutes to introduce, then we hand her over to...
I'll allow them, because they had gone to prepare the governor. When they take the stand, then they'll request for time, depending on how they had prepared her. I can foresee the governor is going to take a very long time there. I can foresee. So, the exact time allocation, I'm going to consult with the Secretariat and also with parties. We should be able to manage. Yes, Governor, I thought I was asking for time out and then you'll come to prosecute your request.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I need to make a clarification for neatness of record and so that we comply with Rule 22 of the rules governing these proceedings. I have consulted my learned friend, Dr. Muthomi, and it's only fair that I lay a basis for her cross-examination. So I'll need time to lead the governor so that at least I do not send her directly to cross-examination. That would be very unfair and prejudicial to her.
Hold your horse. That's what you're coming to do. And I can assure you, we cannot deny you that opportunity. Can you imagine the governor being handed over to the person prosecuting her? I mean, the person accusing her without your defense? This thing would immediately become a sham. So you will have your space. All that Senator Sifuna is saying is that, allow me to use the word in Kiswahili, shauri yako, mbona hukumweka hapo kama ulifikiri atakusaidia? He wants you to enjoy the consequences of your strategy, but we shall help you. Okay? Council for the County Assembly, you want to talk now or at the right time?
We could do with a break, but in principle, I think you have already given the direction. I don't really have to talk to the issue.
Okay, fine. So everybody back to the holding zones. 15 minutes. Honorable Senators, councils to parties, and all others present, we now reconvene and we start with the governor herself. Could the council of the governor introduce the witness?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Perhaps the Honorable Governor can take the witness stand.
Sergeant at Arms, oath. Yes, I will.
Would you like to affirm or take the oath? Take the oath. Right hand.
I continue?
Yes, continue.
Okay. I, Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before this committee shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Counsel for the witness, how much time do you want to introduce your witness?
Yeah, Chair, like I said, I had a side chat with my learned friend, Dr. Muthomi, and we feel it is important for me to do a bit of some examination in chief, and to that extent, and considering my client's pace in answering questions, I would be begging for 45 minutes.
Dr. Muthomi?
Chair, I had earlier on indicated we would need at least 90 minutes, and you had promised me you could give me some additional minutes once we get there.
Very well. We have heard you. We are trying to manage time in view of what is ahead of us. And bear with us. Counsel for the witness, we will give you 30 minutes. And counsel for the county assembly, we will give you 60 minutes. And please, your 60 and 30 minutes, share with your team accordingly, because senators really want to listen to the governor. Yeah, you have done your bit. Senators now want to really find out, is this the person that is being described by the MCS, by the priests, by everybody? So you'll bear more, the giant's share of the time will have to go to the senators, because ultimately they're the ones who are going to make a decision. I thank you very much, and time now.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Governor, kindly for the record, state your full names.
Kawira Mwangaza.
Kawira Mwangaza. The current governor of Meru.
Yes.
You are familiar with the charges that have been brought against you by the County Assembly of Meru before this select committee?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And you have responded to each and every accusation against you in writing?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to stand by all the averments contained in your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You have been asked, and that question has been posed through several witnesses, why you did not want to participate in the impeachment process to defend yourself, or at least give your side of the story at the Meru County Assembly. Did you deliberately refuse to participate in those proceedings?
No, I didn't.
You did not. What caused you not to participate in those proceedings?
There was a court order, and I sought legal advice from my lawyers, and they advised that if I go and attend the debate or the impeachment motion, I will be in contempt of
Thank
court.
you. Thank you very much. So if there were no orders that were in place and in the absence of advice from counsel, would you have participated in those proceedings?
Yes, I could have.
Thank you. I want us to play a small video on the day when the second motion for impeachment was before the county assembly. Kindly, let's look at that is a video tagged as number 33, KMS 33. We have A, B, C, D. If we can have any indication, Chair, if the Secretariat is having any challenges, so that we save on time. I see Honorable Senator for Nairobi is about to ask for a translation. That is a song. Again, we were unable to put it into any translation, but perhaps the committee can be guided by an expert. But I'll also ask the Governor to briefly comment on that video. Honorable Governor, in that video, do you recognize the day that was?
That is the very day before the impeachment debate.
So you're saying before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
What time of the morning did that video start circulating, to the best of your knowledge?
It was around 8 in the morning.
Around 8 in the morning. And the MCAs are chanting a particular song.
Chair, those are leading questions. The council can ask the witness what time of did these events happen, but when he asks what time of the morning, he has already given the answer to the witness that it was in the morning. So council is testifying from the bar.
The reason why I said morning.
That objection is upheld.
Most obliged.
You are a lawyer trained to ask questions, isn't it?
Thank you, Chair. Only that the event of the impeachment was set to take place at 10 a.m. and she said before the impeachment proceedings. That means before 10. But nevertheless, Honorable Mwangaza, what time of the day were those MCAs singing that song?
It was very early in the morning, around 8 a.m.
Around 8 a.m.
Yes.
Before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
And are you able to understand the words in your local dialect, what they are saying?
I'm able to understand.
What are they saying?
That is the Meru traditional or songs that were meant to bury or to curse someone. And that's why they were dressed in white and black, ready to bury the same day.
So they are saying they are going to bury you?
Yes.
They have also made certain references to other people. Are you able to tell which other person is being made reference to?
Yes, my husband.
What are they saying about your husband?
They have never seen a woman that is meant to cry by the husband.
Thank you. Can we now play the next video, that is B? Can we lastly play D? Can we lastly play video D? What is that song speaking to?
Speaking about kaende kaende, meaning that they will have to move forward and not backward.
Thank you. C, finally. Can we have C? One would be forgiven that the MCAs are in a church. Can you confirm where the MCAs are when they are singing?
In the County Assembly of Meru.
They are inside the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes.
And that was the same day when they were set to impeach you?
It is the same day.
What song is being played inside the County Assembly?
That's a Kikuyu song, praising God, and then saying that after victory, the name of the Lord shall be praised. So they are anticipating for a victory.
You have been a member of parliament for 5 years. Is that behavior parliamentary in nature?
No.
It is not. And did you expect to have a fair hearing before such a tribunal or a committee or a house?
No, no, no.
No. Why do you feel that you do not have had fair hearing before the MCAs in Meru?
Because they had already made a choice.
Thank you. So they had already made a determination on
yes.
your impeachment motion. Thank you very much. Very briefly, I want to take you through the 6 charges and in a very summary form, give your response to each of them. 1, you have been accused of nepotism and illegal appointments. And to this extent, I want to ask you specifically, are you guilty of nepotism and illegally appointing your husband or spouse to a county office?
Not guilty.
Did you appoint your husband to a county office?
No.
What did you, or rather, in what position did you appoint your husband to?
I only appointed him as the ambassador of Hustlers of Meru and then the patron of MYS.
Is that appointment in a county office?
No, it isn't.
What were you intending the first gentleman to do in the appointment that you gave him?
The patron, as we know, or as I believe, is a person who assists, gives aid, supports financially, socially, and expected the first gentleman to assist our youth in Meru County.
Specifically on the issue of the Meru Youth Service, was it your intention for the first gentleman to overshadow or take over the mandate of the board?
No.
What would have been the role of the first gentleman in the discharge of his duties towards the Meru Youth Service?
It is to help the young men and women financially and also give them moral support.
So it was for moral support and, where possible, assist them financially?
Yes.
Are you aware of other initiatives by other first ladies or first gentlemen that have similar initiatives?
Yes, I'm aware.
You're aware. Were the other previous governors in Meru, or rather had the other previous governors in Meru appointed their spouses for similar initiatives?
They did. They had offices, they had vehicles, and everything.
Thank you. Does the first gentleman draw any salary or remuneration from the county government of Meru?
He has never drawn any coin from the county government of Meru.
Thank you. Let us briefly move on to the issue of roadside appointments, and I want to put them together. You have been accused of recruiting workers in Timau, specifically firefighters, and I think this is important that you confirm to the committee. Did you or did you not appoint firefighters at Timau?
I did not.
You did not. But, Honorable Governor, you made pronouncements that were understood to mean that you recruited firefighters in that event, and that evidence was brought before this committee. What did you do at Timau?
At Timau, through my Okorea program, I identified some young men and ladies who will be of great help to Timau area and who understands the geographical area of Timau to assist the county government or even to make calls to our office, that is Okorea office, so that we can liaise with the county government to assist.
So, in a very summary form, what would be the role played by these people you recruited at Timau?
To make calls to our office.
To make calls to your office?
Yes, that is the Okolea office.
Why was it necessary for them to make calls, and calls in respect to what assignment?
Because they understand the area.
They understand the area?
Yes.
Was there any particular issue with the fire or firefighting within Timau that called for this intervention?
Yeah, there were several issues.
What kind of issues?
The area, one had no fire engine.
Yes.
They requested the government to intervene.
Yes.
At the same time, they wanted us to assist with people that understands and can bring to our attention what is happening, especially when such events emerge.
So would you call then those people as a liaison between your office and the community?
Yes, they are.
Has any of those people that were appointed at Timau drawn any salary from the county government?
They haven't.
Have they been given any appointment letters?
Not at all.
Have you forwarded any of their names to the county public service board
Not
for
at all.
recruitment?
No.
Have you instructed any county office to adopt or recruit those people?
No.
The appointment at Kobo again, you were seen appointing watchmen. Why, to begin with, were you at Kobo in the first place? What was the issue?
It was a call by the residents, especially at the market center, where they needed my assistance to get some watchmen. And at the same time, several other issues arose, and I was not alone. We were with the area MCA.
The people you were seen recruiting as watchmen, In what capacity were they supposed to serve? Is it within the county government or exactly in what capacity? And who was supposed to pay them?
I was supposed to pay them.
You were supposed to pay them?
Yes.
As the governor of Meru or in what capacity?
As the Okolea program director.
So you were then offering employment in your capacity as a director of Okolea?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure later on you will have an opportunity to talk about that Okolea initiative. You have also been accused of directing the Meru Level 5 hospital to spend at source. Did you at any time do that?
No, no, no.
What did you do? You were seen in that rally talking about waivers, talking about spending some cash. What exactly were you after?
I was invited by the committee and the acting chief officer of Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital to pay them a visit. We sat with the committee, that is the board, and afterwards we were to give address on what was deliberated from the meeting.
So there was a deliberation and there was a communication to be made?
Yes.
What was that deliberation about?
One, they wanted to use or to me to assure that they will use the money at source according to the act.
So that was their request?
That was their request.
What other deliberation were you supposed to communicate to the public based on the meeting that had transpired?
They had a list of people that they wanted to waiver the poor.
Is that the same list you communicated to the public?
Yes.
Thank you. Very quickly, again, let's talk about incitement, bullying, and vilification, and this is very key. You have been seen in those videos in an incident where it has been interpreted to mean that you are vilifying the minority chief whip and other leaders, including the Senator of Meru, the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture, MP for Tigania East constituency, who is in this building, and the Catholic Church and clergy. So very briefly, I want you to talk about the vilification of minority chief, whip, and other leaders, specifically on the incident that took place at the minority chief's whip's ward. That is Mwenda Ithili. Did you or did you not humiliate and vilify that particular member of
I did not humiliate Mwenda Ithili.
You did not humiliate him. You were seen asking the member of county assembly to apologize. Why were you asking the member to apologize?
I did not ask the member to apologize. It is the crowd or the residents of the area that insisted that the MCA should apologize.
Why would they insist that their member of county assembly apologizes?
Because of the incidents that had occurred previous days.
What incidences are these you're referring to?
The issue at the County Assembly of Meru when they walked out while I was giving out my speech.
So the day you were at this word, was it before or after the attempt for you to deliver the address to the assembly?
It was after.
It was after. Let's talk about the Senator of Meru County, Honorable Kadhuri. Have you at any moment tried to vilify the Honorable Senator for Meru County?
No.
Has there been any evidence brought before this committee indicating or rather showing you vilifying or even mentioning the name of this senator?
No.
There has been an issue about you talking about the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture. Again, has there been any evidence brought before this committee where you are seen talking about the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture?
No.
But then, Governor, I want to take you back to a video that was played here. And it is seen where you are purported to have said that certain leaders in Meru, specifically the Senator of Meru and the Cabinet Secretary, were demanding a share of your government, and you made certain utterances. Is that correct or not correct?
It is not correct because from the videos that have been played here, there is nowhere that I've mentioned any of the two said leaders.
But you mentioned not sharing any bread. You said you are not ready for nusu mkate. What were you making reference to?
I was making reference to the MCAs who had already demanded that they want a share to themselves, and then they leave the bigger share to me, as we saw from the cribs.
So you were making reference to MCAs who had made a request or a demand to have a share of your government?
Yes.
Have you at any time personally made any statements against the person of the Member of Parliament for Tigania East, Honorable Mporo Abori?
No.
You have not. Has the said Member of Parliament ever sought from you an apology or complaint for any form of vilification or humiliation?
No.
Chair, I have had a comment from one of the members. Thank you for that guidance.
Order. Address plenary from this chair. What are you saying?
Chair, I have had a comment, and if my memory serves me right, from the Senator of Meru. I was wondering whether that ought to be responded to.
Comment which day?
Right now, I have had a comment from the Honorable Senator.
No, the only things you can respond to, Council, are things that are brought to your attention through the chair. The chair has not invited the MP for Tigania to address us. Until he addresses us is when you respond.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance. Honorable Governor, you have also been accused of vilifying the Catholic Church, and there was a priest, Father Elias Kinoti, who appeared before the committee yesterday and felt particularly offended by your statement and targeted as a person who should be prejudiced. Are you seen anywhere, or is there any evidence indicating you vilifying the Catholic Church, or even the very priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Briefly, can you explain to this committee why you had that meeting at Igoji Boys? What was the discussion all about, and why was the Diocese of Meru involved in that discussion, in a very brief manner?
The issue of Igoji, one, we earned pending bills that the Diocese of Meru wanted to be paid by the county government.
How much were they demanding from the county government?
7.7 million.
7.7 million. For what purpose were they demanding that?
They claimed that the piece of land belonged to them.
And what did you do about that request for pending bill?
I went ahead to do some investigation to get the real knowledge if the piece of land belongs to Diocese of Meru. And also the residents came to my office and asked for intervention.
When you say residents, what kind of residents and from where?
The leaders from Igoji.
Leaders from Igoji. So were you responding to their request?
I was responding to their request.
Did you at any time cause chaos and accost or assault the priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Was any information about his vilification or assault brought before your attention?
No.
Let us move very quickly to the forceful entry into the County Assembly of Meru. Were you invited for that meeting?
I was invited.
Was there any letter cancelling that meeting that was brought to your office?
There was no letter cancelling.
When you entered that premises, were you accompanied by any goons?
Not at all.
And when you entered, which office did you first go to?
I first went to Speaker's office.
And what did you do at the Speaker's office?
I signed the visitor's book.
Was that with the welcome of the Speaker or without his welcome?
It was welcome from the Speaker.
Who ushered you into the chambers?
It is the Speaker.
Who welcomed you to deliver your maiden speech?
It is the Speaker.
Who ushered you out of the chambers after the chaotic walkout?
It is the Speaker.
It is the Speaker. We have seen stones being pelted towards you. Was that stone from the county assembly or outside the county assembly?
From the county assembly.
So from your evidence and understanding, who was throwing that stone at you?
The MCAs.
The MCAs. We move very quickly to the issue of nomination of CECs. You have been accused of not following the law, and you have been accused of misconduct when it comes to nomination of CECs. When you're seated before this house, did you come across any video where MCAs were threatening or were making certain remarks about the nomination of your CECs?
They said they will not pass the CECs unless I sit down with them and discuss about Watford.
Did you ever present any list of CECs to the County Assembly of Meru?
I did 10 of them.
10 of them. How many were approved?
3.
Very briefly, I want you to talk about some of the members that were rejected, their qualifications, in 2 minutes, kindly. Were they incompetent? What kind of people had you presented for them to be rejected?
One is Dr. Kiambi Adero, who is water engineer with an experience of over 20 years, a PhD holder.
Another one?
Another one is Kariminjeru.
What are the qualifications?
She owns master's degree.
What other person was rejected? We may not go through all of them, but the last one?
The last one is a young lady who was supposed to be the CEC for youth and sports, and she was also qualified.
Were you given any report as to why those 7 names were rejected?
No.
They never gave you any report?
Yes.
Why did you restructure your government, Honorable Governor?
I thought it was easy for me and good for me to restructure so that at least we can move on with the business or the functions of the government.
Was business of the government not going on?
Minus the 7 CECs, I thought it would be a bit hard. So I decided to reorganize and then assign the 3, those who have been passed, to handle at least 2 dockets each for us to move forward.
Thank you. Before the red light goes on, you have been termed as the modern day Hitler, Adolf Hitler, that we need to sacrifice you for the county of Meru to prosper, that you are not seeing eye to eye with any of the elected leaders, that you are a lone ranger, that you are very arrogant. That is the picture that has been painted by the County Assembly of Meru. Is that who you are? Are you that modern day Adolf Hitler, an all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent person that does not require any input from any other person? Is that you, Governor Kawira?
It is very unfortunate, and that is the narrative that have been sold by maybe the MCAs or my political competitors, just to show and paint the bad part, which I'm not.
Are you in working terms with any of the elected leaders within Meru?
Yes, I am.
Kindly mention.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just get 3 more so that I have 5 to conclude that line of examination, kindly. Governor Kawira, are you in any working terms with any of the elected leaders in Meru?
I'm in terms with almost all of them.
Even the members of County Assembly?
Yes, because for the last 2 months, I've been going around with them to take development to their counties, and for more than 26 ones, I've been with the relevant or the area MCAs with me.
What was the purpose of your visit in those wards?
To take development.
Did the MCAs of those respective wards accompany you?
Yes, they did. More than 20.
More than 20?
Yes.
Let's talk about other elected leaders. Which other elected leader are you working with, or are you able to work with within Meru?
The CS Agriculture, the MP Northimenti, the MP Bore, and many other leaders.
Many other leaders.
Yes.
Have you ever sat down with any of these other leaders during the 3 months that you have been in office before the impeachment motion was brought?
I've sat down with all of them after my election.
All of them?
Yes.
Let's talk about your efforts to bring about unity in Meru, if any. What initiatives have you taken? Because obviously, Governor, there is a problem in Meru. First, do you agree there is a problem in Meru?
There is a problem, but not the entire Meru. The problem is between the executive or myself and the MCs.
What efforts have you made to bring about peace or create a working environment with other leaders?
I've invited them severally via a letter through the speaker to come and sit down and speak as leaders of Meru. I've invited the members of National Assembly through their chairperson, Honorable Mutunga. I've gone ahead, invited Jorin Cheke to come on board and try to bring us together. I've gone ahead, talked to the Council of Governors through our chair so that we can meet and have a dialogue. I've gone ahead, consulted bishops of Meru so that we can sit down and have a way forward.
Let's talk about the meeting that was chaired by the Council of Governors. What transpired in that meeting? But before we go to what transpired, who was in attendance in that meeting?
The leadership of County Assembly of Meru and myself and 10 governors.
Specifically, what leadership from Meru County?
The Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Whip, the Minority Leader, around 5 of them.
Was the mover of this motion present in that meeting?
Yes,
DMK.
He was present.
Was Honorable Mwenda Ithili present in that meeting?
He was present.
Was Honorable Mawera in that meeting?
He was present.
And the Speaker was present?
He was present.
What was the agenda of that meeting, especially from members of County Assembly? What demands were made?
The demands were that I give them or allocate word fund to them. The other demand is that they wanted the first gentleman not to accompany me in any meeting.
Any other demand?
The other one was I had planned to have a rally at Metongo, where the majority leader comes from, and they insisted that I cancel the meeting.
Did you cede to any of those demands?
Yes, I cancelled the meeting for Metongo, which was advertised for 1 week. Number 2, I also talked humbly with the first gentleman, and we agreed that at least he keep off the meetings.
And has the first gentleman heeded to your advice?
Yes.
Has he been in any public meeting ever since?
No.
He has not. Let's talk about the word fund a bit, and that's my last question. Why have you refused to release the word fund to the MCAs of Meru?
I have not refused to release the word fund. I met a budget which was from the previous regime, which underallocated not word fund, but 10 million equalization fund to every ward. And I thought it was prudent for us to continue with that one, which MCAs insisted that it was very little because the first governor had given them 25 million, the second governor 20 million, and they wondered why I had only to surrender 10 million.
Did you ever understand how the 20 million and 30 million was dispersed to the MCAs?
No.
Was there any structure, or rather legal framework for the release of that amount?
There was no legal framework.
And what was your proposal in regard to the demand by MCAs?
My proposal was even in my address that we meet and then get a way forward, and also a legal framework on how we shall have the word fund.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. I think for now I'll leave it at that, Honorable Chair. I yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination.
Dr. Mudomi.
Honorable Kawira, please confirm that the Okolea program is a private charity that you run.
Yes, it is.
You have run this private charity for many years.
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. I'll be right to tell the Senate the activities of this charity program are a frequent broadcast on Baite TV.
Yes.
Yes. And the main producer, anchor, director, or dominant person in that TV station is your spouse?
No.
Fair enough. Now, your case has kept shifting, and please listen to the shifting before I ask my question. Initially, your case was that you never made the roadside appointments.
Yes.
Then, when we pointed out you were not contesting the authenticity of the clips, your case shifted to, yes, the pronouncements were made, but no appointment letters were issued.
No
correct or correct?
No appointment letters issued.
Then today afternoon, the case has shifted to, yes, the declarations were made, no appointments were issued, but the appointments were actually meant for the Okolea program. Now, my question is, and be careful because all my other questions on this theme will depend. Which answer should the Senate take? Is it that the roadside appointments were for the Okolea program? Or that they were for county governments, but the appointment letters were not issued? Which one do we take?
They were for Okolea programs.
Good. They were for the Okolea program.
Yes.
In your affidavit before this Senate, can you point to us a single paragraph where you have said these were appointments for Okolea program?
There is nowhere here, the document that I have.
This charity you run is your charity, isn't it?
Yes.
You got the gentleman that just testified to get many letters from Ms. Virginia saying these people were never appointed by the county assembly.
They were never appointed.
Have you placed any letter before this Senate showing these roadside appointments were from the Okolea?
The accusation was the appointment.
Did
by
you
the government
produce,
of
Honorable Kawira, have you produced any evidence? The charity is owned by you. It is you saying the employees were meant for the charity, not the county. Instead of bringing us letters showing these are employees of the charity, you have brought us letters saying they are not employees of the county.
They are not employees of the county because I've not seen any appointment letter concerning the people.
Since Okolea is a private charity, would it have any business with the statutory body of the county government of Meru?
There is no statutory body of the county of Meru that is involved with the Okolea program.
Good. Is the Meru Youth Service a statutory body of the county government of Meru?
You are talking about the roadside
Yes.
appointments,
Yes.
which none of the appointment has been taken to Meru Youth Service.
Your declarations, which we don't contest that it was made, didn't you declare your husband a patron of Meru Youth Service?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
But now you say you actually meant it for the Okolea program.
I meant the patron of Meru Youth Service and not an employee of county government of Meru.
Should the Okolea program, in your understanding of governance, be commingled? Should the staffing of the Okolea program be commingled or mixed with the staffing of the Meru Youth Service?
There is no way that it can mingle or be mixed because the position that is in dispute is the patron position.
Good.
Who responsibility is to give advice and also
So when you appointed this husband of yours to patron, were you appointing him as part of the Okolea program or as...
Order, Council. Council, again, let us remain respectful. You cannot refer to the husband of the governor as this husband of yours. You know the proper English.
Chair, I'm profusely apologetic. English is my third language. I didn't mean any shred of disrespect to the governor, and if she is offended, I'm really sorry.
Since it is your third language, I now direct that you withdraw that
Withdrawn, Chair.
And we now want to school you that you are now free to call him the first gentleman, your husband, or your husband,
Chair.
who is the first gentleman.
Chair. Chair, it is not sufficient for the council to just withdraw. The council should withdraw and apologize.
Yes.
Chair, I just apologize profusely, and I told the governor I'm sincerely sorry if she has taken offense at the description.
Apology is noted.
So when you appointed the first gentleman as patron of Meru Youth Service, were you doing that as part of Okolea or as governor of Meru County?
It was part of Okolea. That's why I insisted that you will not draw any fund from the county government of Meru.
Wouldn't you then accept, by so doing, you have commingled your private charity with the management of an institution established by law, the law being the Meru Youth Service Act?
No.
Okay. Let's go to Timau. The problem was firefighting, correct?
Yes.
If the citizens have a problem with firefighting and they are addressing it to the governor of Meru, would they expect the governor to deal with the matter in a capacity as governor or in a capacity within a private charity called Okolea?
The Okolea program has been there for the last 10 years. Even when I was the woman representative of Meru County, the residents or the people of Meru could bring their problems to me while in office, and I also assisted in the capacity of the Okorea program as the director. So they knew very well that I'm able to assist them.
Does the Meru County government have a fire department?
Yes, it has.
Is that department staffed by the County Public Service Board?
It is.
Wouldn't that then be the body statutorily authorized to deal with the problem of firefighting in Timau?
The people employed by the county government of Meru for the firefighting are experts in those areas. Those that we assisted at Timau are the local people that would assist in locating the places where there are problems.
You've just confirmed in your affidavit, there is no way you say you made all these appointments as part of Okolea. Did you declare at Timau that you are appointing these people not as governor, but
Yes.
as, did you declare?
I did not declare.
Good.
I was
You
getting
did not
them
declare.
as the county
Let's
government.
go to Nkobo. There was a request by Honorable Makasi, right?
Yes,
Honorable Makasi is an MCA
yes.
addressing a problem his residents have with the governor of Meru County.
Yeah.
When he was making that request to you, was he making it to you as the owner of Okolea, which is your private charity, or he was addressing you as the governor of Meru County?
He was addressing both sides.
Anywhere in the video where he mentions Okolea or in the transcript of that video?
The evidence is clear because when we went ahead and got some people as watchmen, the position of watchmen are not there in the county government of Meru.
My question
And
is
that is
simple,
where-
Honorable Governor. Is there anywhere in your video or any video in existence anywhere in the world in which Honorable Makasi is addressing this problem to you in your roles in Okolea as opposed to your role as governor of Meru?
So many videos.
Have you placed them before this Senate?
No.
Let's go to Kianjai. You issued a directive here to ward administrators, right?
Yes.
Are ward administrators also officials of the Okolea program?
The ward administrators are government officials.
But you claim the appointments at Kianjai were also part of the Okolea. Isn't that your position?
Part was Okolea.
So by directing county officials, specifically ward administrators, to employ people and ensure they're employed when you're speaking as Okolea director, aren't you commingling again your functions as governor and the interests of your private charity?
My ones are very clear from the videos that was played, that what I said to the ward administrators, if there is anyone who is to be employed by the county government, should he follow the procedure. Those are my true ones from the videos that were played.
Would I be right to say the county secretary is the head of the county public service?
Yes.
This is an officer subordinate to you in the county hierarchy, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore perfectly normal for you to give these officer instructions to respond to official complaints, isn't it?
I'm the accused.
Yes, you're the accused. My question is it within your legitimate powers as governor to issue directions to the county secretary to respond to matters relating to county public service?
Come again?
Do you have power to instruct the county secretary to respond to the complaints about illegal appointments, because he's the head of the public service. He's answerable to you, isn't he?
He's answerable to me, and he does what is right before the law.
I didn't ask. Let's go to the secretary of the County Public Service Board. This is also an official of the county executive, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
So the governor could again lawfully direct the secretary of that board to respond to complaints about illegal appointments, correct or incorrect?
The secretary, I don't think, is in capacity to respond about the appointment or the roadside appointment. The work of appointment is based to the Public Service Board, which does the employment.
I put it to you, sorry again, Chairman, I'm really sorry. I hope I can be forgiven without it. Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the reason you got Mr. Gatobu to procure all these letters is because the persons lawfully competent to testify on these matters would not commit to testify to them. That is the county secretary and the secretary of the County Public Service Board.
No.
I put it to you, Father, that in the case of the county secretary, the reason you didn't ask him, and you ask a man you can dismiss at will, who is your chief of staff, is because there is an accusation about you illegally reappointing the county secretary, and if he came to testify to these things, he would be exposed as holding an illegal office.
There is no employee of the county government of Meru that I can dismiss annually.
Is the Okolea program part of the Meru Level 5 hospital legal structures?
No.
Therefore, if the roadside declarations or directives you gave with regard to the Level 5 hospital was done in the capacity of Okolea, you must again have been commingling your private charity with the official functions as a state officer.
My visit to Meru Level 5 Hospital, I did not do anything concerning Okolea program. It was a visit that I was invited by chief officer and the board.
Let's go to the vilification allegation. Would I be right to say there is no contest between you and the assembly whether you made the utterances in the videos, and that the only point of contest is the meaning to be ascribed to those utterances?
Pardon?
Do you contest the utterances you made at the meeting where Mwangaza was?
There were no utterances that I made to verify anyone.
Let's forget the vilification for now. I'm asking, the utterances on the video where you're seen speaking, are you contesting you made those utterances?
The utterances that I made was a request from the crowd or the residents.
The question, Honorable Governor, did you or did you not make the utterances? We will deal with their meanings. As a matter of fact, the chair assured us they even have Kimeru interpreters. So I'm not even interested in the meaning. I'm only interested in, did you make those utterances recorded on the video? Either you did or you didn't. Which will you take?
I repeat again, I made utterances based from the residents of that area, those that demanded their leader, the MCA, to apologize before he goes on to speak.
Chair, so that my time is not wasted in the altercation with the witness, I'm inviting you to note the witness is not answering the specific question I'm asking, which is whether the video is a depiction of utterances she made. The witness is obsessed with the implications of the utterances or their meaning, which is not my question.
Let us try and avoid that condemnation of the witness. Maybe because you want to get an answer, try and paraphrase your question. As you said, if a lawyer like you, who is schooled in English, admitted that it is a foreign language, how about her? We don't know her professional background.
Did you ask the crowd at Mwangaza whether the Honorable Idili should apologize?
First, after the residents said that
Please answer my question. You love the, did you ask the crowd?
Yes, I asked.
Good, you asked. After the first gentleman accused the senator and the MP Tigania East in your presence of sending you certain SMSs as per the video, when you rose to the podium, did you disown the sending of the alleged SMSs?
In meetings that I attend, there are so many speakers, and it is not my duty to go on disowning every speaker's
Your husband, oh sorry again, Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you. Chair, let's take it as a slip of the tongue. The first gentleman accused the Honorable Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable MP for Tigania East of sending you certain SMSs making extortionist demands. When you took to the podium, did you correct those assertions? Either you did or you didn't. Which one will you take?
First gentleman is a grown-up man.
That's not my question.
Order, Madam Governor. You must answer questions the way you've been asked. He did not ask for that storytelling which you are starting. He wants yes or no.
I did not disown.
You did not disown. When the first gentleman told the public rally that the Honorable Mpuri Abori had brought fictitious pending bails for 12 companies, did you, after you took to the podium, correct that misleading information?
No, it wasn't in my agenda.
It wasn't in your agenda?
Yes.
Instead of correcting it, didn't you go to actually affirm his assertions and tell the gathering you don't want a Nusumukate government?
No.
You didn't mention Nusumukate in that video?
The video you are talking about, the Tigania East Member of Parliament, I mentioned nowhere.
I'm talking about the Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Did you correct the assertions made about them demanding a share in the county public appointments?
No.
You didn't. Don't you think, given the seriousness of these allegations, if you knew, as you must have, that they were lies, as a public leader and leader number one in the county, the first thing you should have done is to dispel the aspersions cast on the two honorable leaders.
But because they were uttered by a different person, I thought it was good for me to talk to him later to understand.
These
the source.
utterances, for the record, are not uttered by a random person, but by a person you have given some 2 offices in public, isn't it? Correct or incorrect?
Repeat again.
Were these utterances by a random citizen of Meru, or utterances by a person you had appointed as last ambassador and patron of the Meru Youth Service?
By then he was not appointed.
He had not been appointed?
Yes.
Was he the first gentleman at that time?
Yes.
So, don't you think as governor, if the first gentleman makes such serious allegations against other leaders, a responsible governor should take the earliest possible opportunity to clear the air and say that is not correct?
Chair, I think the council should not be asking the governor about somebody who is not here in this court and who is not held accountable in this case.
Before I respond, I have seen the red light from the, is it an objection or something?
Yes, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, we are constrained to interject because the issues that the governor is being put through, they are special in their nature under the law of evidence, under Section 130. She's being asked questions about her spouse. And we have followed through and she has answered to the best of her abilities. Now she has been asked to form an opinion about her own spouse in a matter involving criminal implications, whether she's the one who is charged or it may thereafter follow that the spouse may be followed in other different proceedings in another forum. I think under the law of evidence, under Section 130 of the Evidence Act, Cap 80 of the laws of Kenya, spouses and communications relating to spouses are protected. And also, this will not be a witness who will be compelled to form an opinion, especially of an incriminating nature, against her own spouse. And also to give such evidence, she will also not be allowed without the consent of that spouse. These are a declaratory statute. And 2, I did not want to venture into Article 50, Clause 2, Paragraph L, which Honorable Chair had inquired about yesterday, on whether if this client is asked questions that are incriminating to her and she refuses to answer, how will the county assembly team treat her approach to such kind of questions? And we hadn't thought we'll get here. I thought the county assembly team will be a little bit guided, not to require the governor to form an opinion, especially of an untoward nature against her spouse. That is, Honorable Chair, the protection we are requesting this committee to afford the witness and the governor, and to allow her to exercise the right to a fair hearing under Article 50 on those 2 parameters that I've mentioned. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Council, I think both the Vice Chair and your colleague, they're not asking for too much. We are not sitting here to determine the innocence or otherwise arising from the utterances of the first gentleman. Leave that for another court. The first gentleman is not on trial here. So let us focus.
I'm guided in the interest of time, Chair, and I'm urging you humbly to note the interjections.
Kanzo.
I'm directed, I will obey that directive, Chair.
Kanzo.
Yes.
Can you relax? We are aware that we have to save your time. You want us to take a shortcut so that an authority on pronouncement finds that what we did here was a sham, the only way that authority will find that it was not a sham is to follow the proceedings and find that they were done procedurally. So kindly enjoy your space, but separate the first gentleman from the governor.
I'm directing, Chair. I don't think we should be detained. I'm entirely in your hands. Let's go to the municipality, the Honorable Governor. Is the Meru Municipal Board a statutory entity?
Yes.
Does Okolea program have any mandate on functions of the municipal board?
No.
Therefore, if you answer that the committee to manage the tax operators, those who are Okolea appointments, you must still again have been commingling your private charity with a statutory body. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Let's go back to vilification, Governor. Without conceding that you vilified anyone, would vilification of other leaders cause a breach or potential breach of the peace? This is not to say you vilified anyone. It's a general question. The Honorable Kawira?
Yes.
Would persistent vilification campaigns against elected leaders create a potential threat of civil strife, assuming it were true that there was vilification?
No.
Would vilification of the church, the mocking of its clergy, the mocking of its liturgies, are those acts, in the event the Senate were to find there is evidence to support them, acts likely to lead to civil strife?
I have not seen one.
Chair, I'm not sure that your communication has been taken. And Council, there was an application which led us where we are right now. And that application is very clear. And I think that the reason why the governor, in this case the accused, took the stand was to be able to help us dig into this evidence in your own application. And if you didn't take the guidance of the chair in the first place, I think it's critical that you understand that you will make it very difficult for us to dig into the documents provided here by the witness and the accused at the same time. You haven't even helped us dig into some of the evidences provided by the governor in volume 1, which is an affidavit sworn by the governor, which has got some very, very interesting stuff that you could help us understand. And so is volume 2. So I wanted just to ask through the chair that remember your application and try to stick to application in the next 30 minutes that you still remain with.
Thank you, the Senator of Migori. Yes, Senator of Nairobi, I see your light.
Yeah, Chair, with the greatest respect to my colleague from Migori, this case is the Assembly's case. I wish that we would allow them to prosecute that case in the manner in which they would like. In the event that they do not touch on any of the documentation they have supplied us, they don't speak to the facts that they have alleged, they don't tell us the truth or point us to where we can see the truth of their assertions, that is their funeral. Chair, in the interest of time, I am not a morning person and I'm not also a night person. In the interest of moving the proceedings forward, let's allow the Assembly to conclude their case.
Very well put. We do not have any luxury or responsibility, Council, to teach you law. You keep on laying your bed.
Let's go to paragraph 3.
You're going to lie in it.
Let's go to paragraph 3 of your affidavit, Honorable Governor.
Which page?
It is at page 15 of your volume of your response. That would be volume 1. Please confirm that it is you, not the Assembly, who has paragraph 3 has introduced the gender issue. Correct or incorrect?
Page 15.
At paragraph 3. Repeated at paragraph 11 and paragraph 15.
The one that reads, my election to the position of the governor of Meru County in the August 2022 general elections was culmination of a long journey with unprecedented challenges, having campaigned on an independent ticket and being a woman in a field ordinarily dominated by men.
It is you who claims gender issues in that paragraph as read with paragraph 11 and 15, correct or incorrect?
I have not raised any gender issue here.
Okay, I'll leave it to the Senate to see from the record whether you've raised those issues. But weren't you, Honorable Governor, impeached by all the women MCAs? Never mind these claims about gender. Did they or did they not impeach you, all the women MCAs?
The impeachment, to my understanding, does not either look at the gender of a person.
My question is simple. Did the women MCAs of the Meru County Assembly vote in support of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Good. All of them, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. You say in paragraph, I'm trying to see the paragraph, Chair, 9 to 10 of your affidavit, that there is a power matrix in which the minority and the majority have joined hands to hound you out of office. Is that the position you've taken in those paragraphs?
Yes.
Are you aware, Honorable Governor, that the Meru County Assembly has 5 independent MCAs?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did those independent MCAs vote in favor of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Would I be correct to say there are several political parties represented in the Meru County Assembly?
There are several.
Specifically, UDA, BAS, Jubilee, PNU, NOPEO, and DP. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct.
Yes, Senator.
I really am tempted to interject on, you know, what the council has mentioned about the governor talking about being elected in an unprecedented situation as a woman. Page 15, you mentioned that.
Paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15. But really, Chair, isn't this one a statement of fact? Because in the Meru community, do we have elected women MCAs? Do we have elected women members of parliament, apart from the women representative? She's among the very few governors who've been elected in Kenya as a woman. I mean, give credit where it's due. She's not glossing over it. It's a fact.
Very good. Members, I can see lights are starting to come.
Yes,
Are,
Chair,
are we,
if I
are we
may.
able to hold on just a little bit? He was about to finish. Let me not rule you out of order, but I say your points will be properly articulated. He's just on the winding curve. Yeah? Yeah. Let him just. Council, you conclude because your time is up, and then members, you'll follow it up. You'll then throw your issues.
You say at paragraph 39 of your affidavit and paragraph 38 that there have been various efforts by various entities to resolve this crisis, ranging from the church to Jurincheke to Council of Governors and whatnot. Isn't that correct?
It is correct.
Have these efforts succeeded so far?
Some have succeeded.
But if the efforts by all these players have not resolved the problem in Meru, doesn't it then leave impeachment as the only way out?
Problems are not solved in a day. I think the few months that I've been in office is a short duration. And I think it's good to give our issues time, and I believe all will be resolved well.
You said the previous governor equally appointed his spouse to certain offices, right?
Yes.
Let's go to page 27 of your volume 2. I put it to you, Governor, that this Gazette notice on its face refers to a decision by the County Executive Committee of Meru and not a decision by the then governor of Meru.
Yes.
It is therefore incorrect for you to suggest that the former governor appointed his spouse. If she was appointed, the person who appointed is the one the Gazette notice says made the decision, which is the County Executive Committee.
The pronouncements were made by the governor himself.
Order, Governor. Don't respond. Because on page 27, that Gazette notice is not what the governor is, what the council is saying. He knows the English language.
Can you read for us page 27, where it reads?
Council, you know English. The Honorable His Excellency Kreitu is saying in this Gazette notice that pursuant to a decision by the CEC committee on 22nd of March 2018 establishing Meru Toweza program and in exercises of powers conferred by section 32L of the County Government Act, I, Kreitu Murungi, Governor of County of Meru, and purpose of that, appoint. It is the governor appointing. It is not the CC. don't confuse the witness, because you know that English, you know that is, you are out of order. So
Chair, I will leave it.
witness-
I'll leave it to the chair.
Witness, don't respond.
I'll leave it, Chair, because it's a question of interpretation and we may differ on that. So that I don't waste my time unnecessarily. Honorable Governor.
Hold on. Members, on this issue, anybody who wants to ventilate? We proceed? Yes, it's done.
Please confirm, Honorable Governor, that in your volume 2, most, if not all, the documents you have placed before the Senate are dated before the date of the impeachment motion.
Which document?
You know, I'm trying to go in summary so that, would you confirm to me, Honorable Governor, if you want us to go them one by one, very quickly. All the transcripts attached to your volume 2 of various videos refer to videos that were in existence as at the date of the impeachment motion before the Senate.
Some were earlier.
Yes, we know, of
Before
course,
the
a few were
impeachment.
not available, but would I not be correct to say most of them were available as at the date of the impeachment motion?
No.
These videos you have transcribed, were they in existence as at 5th December 2022?
Some of them.
Some of them.
Yes.
The document at page 27, was it in existence as at that date?
Let me check.
It's a 2018 document.
27.
Page 27 of your volume 2.
It is the same Meru Toeza program
Yes.
board. Yeah.
The question was it in existence as at 5th December when the notice of the impeachment motion was given?
It was.
Same to the document at page 42? Please confirm. It was in existence. It predates 5th December, true or untrue?
Yes, this one is dated 31st October.
Great. Same for the document at page 51. True or untrue?
This is 23rd November.
It is before the date of the impeachment motion before this Honorable Senate, correct or incorrect?
Before.
Let's go to the lease. Are you aware, Governor, that ownership is only one of the many interests in land?
Yes.
So you're aware possession, besides ownership, is an interest recognized in law.
Yes.
You're aware a leasehold is an interest recognized in law.
Yes.
This document at page 113 of your volume 2 at paragraph B, does it show the Catholic Church as an interest in this property known to the law?
113 paragraph.
B. The document is a lease, isn't it?
It is a lease agreement.
Is a leasehold an interest recognized by law?
Yes, it is recognized by law.
This document, therefore, would not justify the accusations you made against the church, because by the document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law.
This document also affirms that the registered owner is Egoji Boys Secondary School.
Fair enough, but don't we agree ownership is just one of the interests recognized by law when it comes to matters of land?
Yes.
A leasehold is equally a legally lawful interest, isn't it?
For a certain time.
Is this lease valid as we speak today? Has it expired? Is it a valid or an expired lease?
Let me check.
I put it to you, it's a valid lease. And it was
For 5
valid
years.
as at the date of the allegations and the public rally you organized against the church.
It's for 5 years.
Good. So if by this document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law, there can be no justification for the utterances, whether we accept their vilification or not, for the utterances you made in a public rally against the church.
I made no utterances. My work was only to know if the piece of land belongs to the Diocese of Meru or the county government of Meru, which, including the people that represented the church, we all saw that the piece of land belonged to county government of Meru.
Chair, I'm told I have 10 minutes. Please allow me to give it to my colleague, Mr. Boniface Mawera, because there are matters we agreed he would cover. Please indulge him because some of my time has been spent in the interjections.
Yes, Councillor Boniface.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senators, my name is Meru Boniface Mawera. Honorable Governor, I have a few questions for you. Do you know Caste Micheni?
Yes, I know.
Is she one of the nominated? Is she one of the CECs that you nominated but was rejected by the County Assembly?
Yes, she is.
Honorable Chair, I will request the Secretary to play Annex 20 in our flash disk, and to enable the Honorable Chair and the committee follow through. The transcript is on pages 138 to 139 of our volume 1, which is the impeachment motion.
Kwa hivyo serikali ya mama iko imara. Ndio tuambeletea wira. Ureja kuja next week tutongere tuni kaste turogote siana pego jibara bande na ambasare bakina nkagiro ambasare. Ndiye komye. Kaste uongoze hiyo exercise. Tuankia tuantigua. Tuana tena inya ampiga kuandika listi. Ana veto badome. Na hakuna uoga. Na serikali ya mama iko imara. Leo bali wakawira. No ntone baraka lele kando. Uterite katea.
Honorable Governor, in that video, is it not true that you direct one Caste Micheni to come up with a list of beneficiaries for bursary allocations?
No.
Then, I think at this point, Honorable Chair, I will leave it to your interpreters. You informed us very well that you have interpreters of the Meru language. But Honorable Governor, are you aware of a law regulating the issuance of bursaries?
Yes.
What is that act?
It's in the County Government Act.
Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the law is not the County Government Act, but the Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act of 2016.
Yes.
And maybe I'll request your council to show you our volume 2, page 67. Our volume 2, which is our list and bundle of authorities, page 67. And maybe you can read it aloud. Section 10 on the top. Yes? Page 67 of our volume 2. Are you there?
Page 67.
Yes.
Yes.
Please read aloud section 10 on page 67.
The Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act 2016. There is established a ward retention enhancement fund committee for each ward, which shall have powers necessary to perform its functions. 2, the committee shall consist of the following: a member of County Assembly for that ward, who shall be the patron. B, ward administrator for that ward, who shall be the secretary. C, representative from the sub-county education board. D, a person from the Kenya Primary Schools Ed Association. E, a person from Kenya Secondary Schools Ends Association. F, a representative from the tertiary learning institution. G, 3 representatives from the main sponsors, sub-county education officer, a representative of persons living with disabilities, 3 persons to represent the community, that is from the youth, women, and marginalized group or persons.
Honorable Governor, you confirm that those are the people who comprise that committee?
Yes.
You can turn to page, Honorable Chair, on the same page 67, you will see the functions of that committee on section 11. Because we are pressed for time, I want the Governor to read function number D on page 68, 11D.
D.
Yes.
Identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that one of the functions of this committee is to identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund?
Yes.
And these are the bursary allocations?
Yes.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that you appointed Caste Micheni in place of a committee, a ward committee that is established by that county law. You confirm that?
There is no committee in place, and I was referring to J, that is 10J.
Is there anywhere in your response where you've said that there is no committee? Maybe to guide you, I'll refer you to page 42 of volume 1, which is your response. Specifically paragraph, I think 41 of your affidavit. The second paragraph from the top.
41 or 42?
Page 42. But I think it is in paragraph 41 of your response. Because the next paragraph, there's paragraph 42.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
The center stage in approvals of CEC nominees.
No, the second paragraph, the appointment.
The appointment to a bursary committee of one of the members was rejected as CEC nominee is a law done with the exercise of powers of the governor and cannot be cited as an act of misconduct.
So, Honorable Governor, having read out to you this law, which you are not aware of, would you still hold that it is within the exercise of your powers to appoint members of this committee, when the members are specifically provided in Section 10 of the Act?
The members are provided in Section 10, and that's why I say caste mission falls under 10J.
So you suppose that caste mission falls under 3 persons to represent the community?
Yes.
But in the video, you specifically direct her to come up with a list of the beneficiaries. You confirm that?
As one of the members.
Was Caste Micheni one of the MCA candidates in that area?
Yes, she was.
Which ward?
Bogeta. I don't remember.
I put it to you that it is
Egoji
West.
West.
And she was runners-up in that election?
She was in the elections.
She came as number 2?
Yes.
And you appointed her in this committee, and in Annex 20, which is the transcript, or in that video, I think Honorable Chair, it is 19, Annex 19, and the transcript is...
Council, as you proceed, please notice you have only 2 minutes.
Honorable Chair, would you be gracious enough to add me an extra 10 minutes? I have some more ground to cover.
I have added you 3 more so that you have a total of 5.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done with that issue, Honorable Chair. The next issue I would want to address is with respect to Annex 12. And I would ask the Secretary to play out that annex, the video, Annex 12. And the transcript is to be found on pages 91 to 96 of our Volume 1.
Administrator, ijaki alegea kwa. Ugantena sub county administrator, ijanda ke kwa. Kampo mbota bogeta.
I think we can pause at that, Honorable Chair. The point has been made. So the question to you, Honorable Governor, is it not true that you've appointed a development committee for that ward in place of the area MCA?
No, it is not true.
Honorable Chair, once again, I leave that to your judgment. The final question for me, the second last question for me, Honorable Governor.
Chair, Senator Kiambu here. Just for clarity and for me to understand from the young lawyer, you're saying that what did you call it? The development committee,
yes,
is supposed to be constituted by an MCA. I just want to understand. You said in place of an MCA. I don't know. I just want to understand.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senator for Kiambu, I think the point is that the governor appointed a committee. First, she accuses the area MCO, who is the mover of the motion, of stoning her. And then she goes on to appoint a committee because she says she cannot work with this MCA. She accuses the MCA of stoning her and goes to appoint a committee in place of the MCA. In fact, it is to bypass the role of the MCA. And in fact, that guy called Tirum in that video.
Honorable Chair, is Council now testifying?
I'm responding to her question.
In fact, Council for the Governor, in his testimony, the Council, in his own testimony, has just confirmed that the MCA actually stoned the Governor and gave reason, that the reason why he stoned her is because he had appointed a committee where she had left him out. That's wonderful information.
Honorable Chair, I did not, perhaps I want to correct that notion. In the transcript that is on page 91 of our volume 1, you will find a direct translation of what the governor is saying in that video. And the governor is expressly accusing the area MCA of stoning her. But we leave that to your translator, Honorable Chair. But the point is, in response to Senator Karungo, the governor has appointed a development committee in place. And in fact, the guy, because I'm responding to your question now, the guy who's called Tirum, he was the runners-up in the election. So he was the number 2 to the move of the motion. He's been appointed into this committee. In fact, he's the first person that the governor appoints. So I hope that sufficiently clarifies. So the last question for me from the governor is...
Council, just for purposes of record.
Yes, Chair.
Where in law is it stated that a runner-up cannot serve on a committee in a ward?
That speaks, Honorable Chair, to our allegation in the impeachment motion that the governor is appointing other persons. She's first sidelining the people who have the elected leaders who have the mandate of the people. She's appointing other people to carry out the same development roles that these people are elected to do. And these people are elected in order to, are appointed by the government in order to stir up wrangles with the duly elected representatives of the people. That is the point, Honorable Chair.
You see, you are now opening a bit. Huh? She's running her own government. She looked for votes. She was elected. Just like in Embu, issues of agriculture are addressed by the Honorable Linturi, who lost to this lady. This lady can now not start coming to State House with stones to stone President Ruto because the man she beat is carrying out duties of agriculture in Meru.
Chair, with your kind permission, because I want him to conclude, I want to help the young lawyer there. This Senate committee has been struggling to understand the genesis of the problem between the governor and her MCAs. Chair, you are a politician, I'm also a politician. One of the problems, and it is in the document, is that she's strengthening the hand of the opponents of the MCAs. You understand? So that is part of the genesis of the bad blood. That is what the point the young lawyer is doing, and I think at this rate, I will have to split their fees with me. They will have to split their fees with me. I'm doing their job.
Thank you for coming to my aid, Honorable Senator for Nairobi. I think that is what seniors do to their juniors. I think that the last question for me to the Governor, Honorable Chair, is, Honorable Governor, who is the founder of Baita TV?
It's a limited company.
Who is the founder? That is the question.
It's a limited company.
I put it to you that a video, we played a video in this, before this Honorable Committee, Annex 2, where you expressly say, while appointing the first gentleman to the office of the patron, Meru Youth Service, and Asla's ambassador, that is the founder of Baita TV. True or false?
True.
So you confirm that is indeed the founder of Baita TV?
In one of the ways, yes.
I refer you to page 131 of volume 1. Please turn to that page. In fact, from page 130 and page 131. Are you there?
Yes.
Is that the CR12 for Mwangaza Advertiser Limited?
Yes.
And the persons listed as the directors or shareholders are Esther Mwendo and Miriam Karuerwa Gwantai?
Yes.
Are these persons known to you?
Yes, they are known to me.
Who are they to you?
Relatives.
How How are they your relatives?
Close relatives.
Are they your immediate family members? Sister, mother?
Yes, counsel for the governor.
I think, Chairman, I'm also constrained to extend the earlier objection I had on dragging family members into this motion, which is not there. She's admitted there are persons known to her, their relatives. She wants to know the degree of consanguinity. We do not know where it is leading to, and there have not people who were mentioned in this motion at all in the charges. We seek protection, and we also redeem the time of this honorable committee. Honorable Chair.
Counsel, the objection is upheld.
Okay, I think the witness can only turn to page 131 and confirm whether the business name Baita TV is registered or the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza Advertiser Limited. True or false?
Counsel?
Yes.
Look on the clock. I gave you an extra 5 minutes. Now it has moved into an extra 10 minutes. Would you like to stop?
I'm most obliged, Chair. I want to stop there.
Okay, so stop after you've gotten your right answer. Just conclude your question, extract your answer. Conclude.
Okay, on page 131 of volume 1, you confirm that the business name Baita Television is, the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza
Yes.
Limited. Thank you very much, Chair. I only have a very simple request. It's still on time, Honorable Chair. My colleague here,
what you have left out, you'll bring it to our attention through your concluding remarks when you make your submissions. That is also an entry point.
it's only that my colleague would want to play a video, just one video, Honorable Chair.
One statement, one something.
Just one video, with your kind indulgence and the indulgence of the committee.
Okay, play your video. We don't want to gag you.
Yes. Honorable Chair of this select committee, Honorable Senators, just as yesterday, my name is Eric Morioki, and to save on time, I will ask the Secretariat to go to Annex 16 of our videos. The transcription is on page 115 of our volume 1, that is the impeachment motion, marked 16A. Sorry, is that Annex 16?
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, Awakungoja, they barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace.
That's enough.
And then immediately.
So, Governor, is that you on that video?
Yes.
So you're the person there uttering those words?
Yes.
That you entered the assembly by force?
By God's grace.
Chair. Chair. Yeah, Mandago, yes. Chair, I don't know, the council doesn't want to play the whole video. He has chosen us to play the section that the governor says, I ended up by force. Can we also listen to the second part? Because we cannot say time and disadvantage the witness, Chair.
Okay, senators, we have to finish this matter. I think we shall grant Senator Mandako.
No,
just,
Chair.
Just play 2 minutes of that.
Yes.
That clip.
I think it's only fair he has been extended time to play that video. Can we watch the video as it is, not a section of the video?
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, Awakungoja, they barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace. And then immediately after kuanza kuongea wakatoka nje. na walipotoka nje wakaimba mapambano.
Thank you, Chair. I think my point has been made, so I will ask my
Council
final
order.
question.
That was a request by Senator Mandako. You'll come, Senator Mandako.
I'm satisfied now. It is now clear, either by force or by God's grace, so whichever is applicable.
Okay, Council.
So my second last question, Governor, I will refer you to page 49 of our volume 2. That is the county, the Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act. Look at section 10 of that act. Governor, kindly read for us section 10. What does it say?
Rejection of nomination. 1. Where the nomination of a candidate is rejected by a county assembly, the appointing authority shall submit to the county assembly the name of another candidate, and the procedure for approval specified in this act shall apply accordingly.
Is there any provision?
Chair, point of order. Chair, the councils of the county assembly are becoming mischievous with time. They had asked to just play one video. Mr. Chair, I want to find out whether you have extended the time so that we can sit pretty and know we have another 30 minutes to listen to the county assembly.
Senator Mandako, what Gabriel and the other lawyer are doing, they are bullying me. They know that I love young people, so they are bullying me. This is probably their first time to address the nation. They are addressing the nation, so I'm really constrained. Anyway, can you restrict yourself to your request? You wanted to be allowed to play, but because you had started, just conclude that statement and it ends there. Please.
Yes. Chair, I had begged for the video and just one question, which is what I'm asking now. And I am concluding in the next 1 minute. So my question to you, Governor, regarding that provision you have read, which is my last question, is there any part in that law which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs just because they have rejected the nominees of the governor? Is there any part of that law you have read which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs for the reason that they have rejected the governor's nominees to the positions of CEC?
There is no law, and I have not vilified the
Thank you.
MCAs
Thank
for
you.
that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Very well. Back to the council for the governor. I've given you 5 minutes. 5.
Thank you, Chair. I will strive to conclude my re-exam in the 5 minutes. Honorable Governor, first of all, in all the questions that have been fired at you during cross-examination and during the course of these proceedings, has the County Assembly of Meru produced any form of evidence that challenges the documents you have produced before this select committee?
Not a single evidence.
Have you at any moment ever admitted that you have made any illegal appointments? In your response, have you admitted of that wrongdoing?
I have not admitted any illegal appointment made by myself.
The role of the patron of Meru Youth Service, does it in any way collide with the role or the mandate of the board of that service?
No.
Does not. You have talked about your Okolea initiative, which you have been involved in for the last 10 years or so. When you became governor, did you abandon that initiative?
No, I did not.
Do you still get requests by the needy to support them through that initiative, even after you became governor?
The requests have increased.
They have.
Now, as the governor.
They have indeed increased. Does your conscience rather allow you to turn down such request merely because you become a governor?
No, to my understanding, I should even be more conscious to them than before.
Thank you. You have also been asked why you did not involve the county secretary to come and testify on your behalf or on any of those appointments that you've been accused of. Is it within your mandate to direct the county assembly to come and testify before the Senate on a personal matter touching on an accusation on a personal matter?
No.
Are you responsible for the utterances of your spouse?
Not at all.
You have also been told that you want to be excused merely because you are a woman. Have you sought to be excused for any wrongdoings because you are a woman?
No.
Kindly read page 18 of your volume 1. What have you said in your pleadings in respect to the gender issue?
That the challenges facing women in political participation have been recognized as a real problem in Kenyan government structure, leading to the introduction of the 2/3 gender rule that is yet to be implemented several years after inclusion in the Constitution. There's no law requiring gender parity in gubernatorial positions, which have been a practice reserved for men and women and left to compete like any other male candidate, and therefore those who go through this should not be brought down where there is no wrongdoing.
So have you in any way sought to be excused because you're a woman in your pleadings?
No.
You have not. Let us talk about the approach taken by the MCAs. Have any of the MCAs or any committee of the County Assembly of Meru ever summoned you in the oversight role to address any of the issues that now appear in this motion for impeachment?
Chair, there was no such question in cross-examination. By law, that question is not permissible in re-examination because it's new territory and will not have the opportunity to address it.
I abandoned that question, Chair.
Then the objection by Dr. Mdhomi is upheld.
Thank you. Let us talk about the disbursement of bursaries through Kasti Misheni. Has Kasti Misheni dispersed any bursary funds?
No.
Has she collected a list of any needy students and presented them for allocation of any bursary funds?
No.
Finally, Governor, you have been accused of not working with any of the leaders of Meru. What would you like to say in this forum, specifically to the members who have been elected to represent the great people of Meru? If you're given that opportunity and forum, what would you say to all these elected leaders that you are accused of vilifying, whether or not they are participating in these proceedings or not? What would you want to tell them?
I've been working with all members elected in Meru County, and for any case that maybe there is little misunderstanding between myself and any other leader, I've gone ahead to try and seek remedy to the situation so that I can work with everybody.
That is all?
It is not all, because from my own understanding, I've gone around over 26 once in Meru County, and in every ward, I've been accompanied by the area MCA. And in any other meeting that involves leaders in Meru County, my presence has been there.
Thank you. And for anyone who feels offended by your style of leadership, what would you like to say in respect to that issue?
Anyone who feels offended by my leadership, last 1 month and 1 week, I went ahead and apologized 70 times. And even now, I'm ready to apologize for anyone who feels offended.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. That will be all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Counsel for the Governor, can you serve her with some water? Because she's still there. I now open the process to the distinguished gentlemen and ladies from the committee. Senator Roba.
Has the governor taken the water? Yeah, let her take the water. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Governor, for some of the questions, just yes or no, that requires a bit of explanation, you will do. And for the benefit of, because the accusation that has been brought before us as an impeachment touches on you, and a lot has been brought out that is relating to attitude and roadside decisions and not getting along with the other leaders. My question very quickly is, after you were elected into office, having served in different capacity before, did you attend the induction courses arranged by Council of Governors to clarify roles, responsibilities, jurisdictions, and limitations?
Yes.
You have presented an evidence here, volume 2, from page 30 to the end, and the council can help you pull it out, your own evidence, volume 2. And there are a lot of photos of county first ladies and that. However, in the presentation by either your legal counsel or the key witness, it hasn't been clear what your intentions of presenting this additional evidence are. I would like to understand, by including this evidence, what did you want to achieve?
By including this evidence, I wanted to show that the role of first ladies were recognized then by the county assembly, the first governor and the second governor.
Okay, this is just to let you know, as a governor who have served for 10 years, other than some ceremonial representation, there is no budget or responsibility for county first ladies in county government. Yes. These images and photos that we've shown or previously publicized is just of them participating in departmental programs that has already taken shape. And as such, the illegality in terms of the spouses of the governors being able to play critical roles that are formal, it's not anywhere. It's just a goodwill of that. Now, on the norm of governors giving their, annual speeches or other speeches at the county, is that it's a very formal role. when we watched the video, you really looked combative, to be very honest. Even in your walking style, the way you've come, it was like you're spoiled for a fight. You know, and I'm just, and the public have watched the video as it is. And again, unfortunately or fortunately, I've served for 10 years. And we've done these speeches. It's very formal, extremely quiet. The processes are captured. And you had quite a crowd following you up. It looked like you were prepared for some fight, some event, some show of force or something, yet it is some just procedural program that required you and your car, your security to drive into the premises and do what you are required to do. I really want to understand. I just saw the video of you walking very abrasively, actually, combatively, if I looked at it, because by the time you're walking, you're also throwing some words I could not understand, but I could see. I want to get to understand, were you pre-advised that there is a problem at the assembly?
Before the date or the day that I was to address the assembly, the clips have been played here where the MCAs and warned me that I should not attend and give my speech to the assembly because of the word fad. And when I arrived at the assembly, gate 1 was completely closed. And then I turned back to use the other gate. It was also closed. By then, people had started to gather at the gate.
Okay. The chief of staff in your county government, and the reason why I ask about whether or not proper induction was done, from the practice and for the formative years of the first 5 years of devolution, there was nothing to rely on. Second 5 years, there is institutional memory everywhere. This is personal staff of the governor. But then the evidence is presented of letters he has written to County Public Service Board and various other entities, including chief officers, the payroll manager, and everybody else, indicates that that is a clear role of the county secretary. And your chief of staff seems to be the most empowered or empowered staff in the county. And by the way, according to the guidelines given by Transition Authority earlier, simply you appoint that person yourself. It did not even require for you to take them through the board. I want to find out in all these documents that we have the head of public service, the county secretary. Why is it that the county secretary's documents or communication between the county secretary and the board is not apparent, but rather your chief of staff is the key player playing a legal role that ought to have been undertaken as legal responsibility by the county secretary?
Maybe one of the reasons as to why he appears to be a bit close or representing me, it is because most or more of the accusations that are against me, in all those meetings, he has been with me. And I thought he's the best person to understand the cases as per the impeachment motion or the accusations.
No problem. You could have given the same directive to your county secretary for him to
Senator,
directly respond.
Order, Senator. I want to appeal to colleagues. You bite twice, at the very most 3 times, and you give others a chance. So, Senator, maybe that will be your last bite. Proceed, Senator.
I want just to clarify, I haven't gone to the last, but I can cut it short, it's okay, I give the chance, but you could have directed your county secretary to write to various entities and get you the communication, because that's the formal position. And the county secretary would have done exactly what the chief of staff has done, right?
I stand guided.
Senator Sifuna.
Yes, Chairman, first, you know, my party leader likes to say, usione simba menyeshewa ukadhani ni paka. It is very difficult for me to relate the person who has appeared before the Senate today and the person that I have seen in the videos there, and certainly very difficult to relate you, Governor, to the picture that was painted by Counsel for the County Assembly during his opening statement. I was convinced that you are ready to invade Isiolo and to, and to invade Tharaka Nithi and the neighboring counties. But so, Governor, you know, the beauty with us is that we are politicians. There are certain political nuances that we will get that probably will escape the legal minds. And we want you to deal with us as your political colleagues. You have been a member of parliament. This chair has been a member of parliament for a long time. There is things we know between us, and you know what I'm talking about. But let me begin. The case has been laid out here that there were two impeachment motions. There was a first motion to which a court order was issued and it was stopped. In your testimony there, you have averred again that there was a court order that prevented you from attending the second impeachment. Governor, was there a court order for the second impeachment process?
From the advice by my legal person is that because the first order was given and the case hearing was to be January, he advised me that it will be contempt of court.
This was a second impeachment. You are saying your legal counsel advised you still not to appear for the second impeachment?
Yes.
It is also possible, Governor, that since you had seen, you yourself have testified that you knew that these people had already taken a position. It is okay to say that you decided not to go to those proceedings because you knew these MCAs had made up their minds. What we don't want to get a sense of, because we, as I said, we politicians pick up certain nuances. We know our own cleverness. So if we get the sense that you're being clever with us, it upsets us. So the second question, Governor, these appointments, you are aware that firefighting is a county government function.
Yes.
Firefighting is a county government function. So when you are asked and then you say that these people were going to be the ones making calls, in this area of Timao, what would you say would be the percentage number of people who have phones? Why would you need these two people to be the ones to call in case there are fires? What would you say? How many people in Timao don't have phones?
That was a request, Honorable Senator, from the residents of Timao.
That they wanted two people who could call the county government when there is a fire.
The number of people was entirely to me to decide because I was the one to pay them.
But these people were to make phone calls in the event there is a fire to the county government.
Not only phone calls, but also give assistance to the areas that have been with such issues.
Okay. Some more political cleverness. This question of the harassment of Honorable Mitili at this event where you are saying it was demanded by the crowd. Governor, in all honesty, had you spoken to that crowd about any of the previous events, the events of a preceding day that involved this honorable MCA, that could have incited or driven this crowd to make this demand?
It was my normal speech before he arrived, because I arrived before him.
Good. Did it touch on any of the matters that had happened prior between you and the assembly?
Of course, yes. I had to tell them that I was denied access, of which they knew, and they asked me, what is the way forward?
So you have seen us at rallies, here, all of us, saying, "Ni nyinyi mumesema sio mimi."
Yes.
You know we know what we are doing. Okay. Lastly, Chair, there is this question of the accusation that you are working with the opponents of these MCAs. And in fact, one of them has testified here, Chair. I think it was the county secretary, is it the chief of staff, and we have seen another one in the video. Do you not see that this could be a genesis for the bad blood between you and the MCS? Doesn't matter if you call me. Doesn't matter if you call me, but if you also call Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and you are the person who has become president, and you are giving her all this prominence, and don't you see as a politician that that could be the basis of sowing discord between me and you?
Honorable Senator, the two people that I've been accused of working with have been my long-time friends. And because they have been my friends, and they lost the election, am I supposed to abandon them in my meetings?
So are you saying there are only those two?
They have brought two of them.
No,
I'm not aware.
the ones you're working with, Governor, are they only those two?
So many of them.
Of the ones who came number 2?
No, no, no. Those who came number 2, only one.
Okay. Finally, I want you to tell me as a person who, I'm the Senator of Nairobi, I'm not intimately or
Chair, because the Honorable Governor is a bishop, I want to take a biblical perspective. And I want to ask Governor Kawira Mwangaza, what does the Bible say about a loose tongue?
A loose tongue can cause many problems.
A loose tongue can actually burn down a nation.
Yes.
Honorable Governor, God gave you the victory, and I congratulate you. You are my colleague in the National Assembly. But did God give you the victory in order to go and trample upon everybody, to go vilify everybody, to go abuse other leaders? Were you given that victory, my sister, in order to finish yourself? Because I see a process of self-destruction.
Honorable Senator, God gave me the victory. And the word of God says that God will never share his glory with any man. I've tried my best to bring MCAs on board, but the only problem is word fat. The rest that has been rebelled against me is a narrative to cover what the demands are. From the time we started hearing the witnesses from the county assembly, they denied completely about them asking word fat. Until when the video clips were played, we came to understand that the problem was word fat. I've never and I will never fight anyone as a leader.
Okay, I may not understand Kimeru, and yes, Chair, this committee will be faced with a challenge of a very delicate balance of an assembly that will walk out on a governor, an assembly that shows defiance, but also we have seen clips of a governor who is, and it's not me, it's what we have seen in the clips, who is outrageously aggressive on other leaders, seems to be on our part. I mean, the body language can also be interpreted, even if I don't understand the language of Kimeru. But let me go on. No, the Bible also says that pride comes before a fall. I hope this victory will not be the cause for your fall. My sister, I also wanted, and let me just refer you as my sister because you know I am. Because you know this case puts some of us in a very precarious situation. And I have said it on the floor of this house. Because I contested for governorship in Kajiado. And I was hoping your success in Meru will propel me to governorship in Kajiado. But today, 3 months after the election, there is an outcry in Meru. Will really your behavior in Meru help to propel more women into positions, or will it bring us down? These are my worries, my dear sister. You know about the women movement. You know about the women who went before us. Akina Phoebe Asio, Akina Grace Ogot, Jane Kiano, Julia Ojiambo, Zipporah Kitony, Charity Ngilu, Martha Karua, and more recently, Governor Waiguru, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Governor Gladys Wanga, Governor Achani, Governor Susan Kihika. You know about the League of Kenya Women Voters? You know about Center for Multi-Party Democracy. You know what it has costed the women of this country to create space for leadership. Will you be the downfall of the women of Kenya? Will you bring because you must see your actions, not just to affect the people of Meru, but to affect the women movement, to affect the girl child, even those we have given birth to. I am sorry to speak this way, because you must be told the truth, that you must be able to tame your tongue. You must be able, now that you are the victor, to know that it is the victor who needs everyone else. It's not everyone else who needs you. It is you, the victor, who needs other people. My sister, I foresee a situation where you are
there's a way we can bend back and listen to Senator Tobiko, because in a way, she's telling it to the witness. Young Sifuna, he speaks better English than me, who was telling me in the morning that it is expected that when a young person succeeds, he doesn't go through the door of success, but he stands in the door of success, holds the door for other young people to go through. So I am allowing Tobiko to do what she's doing, because should the decision of this committee be that the governor will not be impeached, the governor should not leave here thinking that this committee has not seen the things that Tobiko is saying. And therefore, I'm allowing, because I, like Edwin Sifuna, Tobiko is saying, you've gone through the door, can you please hold the door and let other women go through, instead of spending that time fighting priests, fighting MCS, pushing the case of your husband. I think that is the way I understand it, and this is why I'm allowing it. So, but Tobiko, having protected you, allow me to guide you.
Question.
Allow me to guide you. I'm your elder brother. Allow me. Okay? You can do that, but also remember what Mandako is saying. You do it so that you are actually calling for some response. When she stands there, then a witness is not supposed to be lectured. He's supposed to give us information. Can you extract the information?
Asking the question now.
Very good.
So, Governor Kawira, 3 months after the general election, the Senate has been implored to overturn the sovereign will of the people of Meru. Would you tell us what is fundamentally wrong and how are we going to address it? Because all these leaders cannot be here for nothing. Can you tell us how to address this situation?
Once again, Honorable Senator, let me repeat myself again. The only problem is the word fund. And I made a budget with 10 million for every word, that is 46 words, including the special word. And the MCAs were not ready to work with the 10 million. They insisted that the previous governors allocated more than 20 million. And within 3 months, there is no way I could have changed to earn money without legal framework as to how the money will be operated in the counties. That is the only problem.
Yes, Senator Meru.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will start from where Senator Tobiko was laying a background to a question that gender mainstreaming has come a long way. From the time the American professor Margaret Sanger decided to take very many women to Beijing in 1995 to fight for space for women in the world. And we are very proud when we have women going to leadership positions that traditionally have been occupied by men. And we don't want to, at the end of the day, because we are being called upon by the motion to either push you aside as governor, which will be a clawback really to the milestones that have been made in gender mainstreaming, or to retain you there. Sometimes when change has to come, it can come by just removing the top, and the whole organization then becomes okay. So what Senator Tobiko has done is quite good, that most of the issues that have been raised have to do with your mien, your soft skills, your interpersonal skills, your emotional intelligence, things that you can deal with and you can be trained on and you can change. But for me, I have looked at 2 issues that to me sound as the gravamen of this petition. Number 1 is the appointments, the roadside appointments. And initially we started by saying that...
Point of order, Chair. And please allow me.
Yes, Mandako.
I'm a bit lost. Are we prosecuting or advising the governor? Because we must stick to the substance of the motion.
1 minute to lay the basis, then I'm asking the questions.
You see, the trouble is, if you build the question for 3-5 minutes, then people dance.
Thank you. It was just 1 minute. Let me ask.
Throw the question at the governor.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Chair, it has been difficult for me to draw a line between governor as the director of Okolea and governor as the CEO of the county during employment. Because at one point you're saying we are employing for Okolea. At another point you're saying you are employing for county government, but you are writing letters to try and find out if these employees are actually working for the county government. But now you're telling us at the end of the day that they are working for Okolea without giving evidence that these employees are drawing emoluments from Okolea, or they have appointment letters from Okolea. So how do you draw a line, Governor, for you as the director of Okolea and CEO of the county when you are in public? That is the first question.
Honorable Senator, I have never made an appointment on behalf of the county government of Meru. The entire exercise of employing lies to Public Service Board. For Okolea programs I have made, and that's why maybe we don't have any evidence from Okolea, same as we don't have any evidence of I having appointed anyone apart from the bubble anthracis, but no evidence. But for Okolea program, Honorable Senator, that lies with the Okolea office.
Thank you so much. So maybe for the future,
Senator Marua,
just one more.
I'll do another round, then you'll come during the second round.
Yeah, but for the same question,
okay.
Then maybe the governor should draw a line so that you don't go ordering the county government officials, like the sub-county administrators, the ward administrators, to do the appointments on your behalf, because then it is posing a problem. Why don't you just do the last one, Chair? The last one is the spending at source at Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. Already there is a board that allows that spending to be done at source at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Why did you have to order that all the monies collected as revenue at MTRH to be expended at source? Yet already there is a law that allows that money to be expended there. Did you find that some money is taken to the revenue, county revenue fund account? And if that is so, why are you trying to reverse it through that edict that you are making? So we need to know. Otherwise, if we already have a board that is supposed to oversee the expenditure of the funds collected at the county Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, why did you have to say that money should be spent there? Why did you have to do that?
From my statement, I only advised or uttered a testimony that had earlier been discussed between myself and the board of Meru Referral Hospital that they should apply the fund as per the MTRH Act.
So the money collected at the MTRH hospital was being swept to the CRF account. Is that what you're saying?
The board has its own regulations on how they apply the fund, which I'm not mandated to interfere.
Do you have that knowledge or you don't have that knowledge? That the money collected as revenue from Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, whether it is expended at source or it is swept to the county revenue fund account. Do you have that knowledge?
The board has the knowledge.
But Senator, Governor, Volume 2 of your own response, you have appended the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital Act that speaks to what the Senator for Taita Taveta is saying. Are you saying that this evidence is foreign to you?
No, Senator.
Yes, then you better own it, because even in their, when they were leading you, your councils never mentioned this affidavit. And this affidavit actually turns the accusation against you in one of the charges, I think it's charge 5, in your favor. So just respond to this. Don't say you don't know. Respond to this so that it can be part of the record that you are not breaking the law. You are making decisions in line with an existing act. Marua is helping you. Sorry, on the same point, the governor, the Senator Mandela.
Yes, on the same point, I'm sorry, Chairman. I disagree with that view on the basis of legality. The PFM Act, Section 109, clearly, states establishment of a county revenue fund. They're established for each county a county revenue fund in accordance with Article 207 of the Constitution. The county treasury for each county government shall ensure that all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government is paid into the county revenue fund, except monies that is excluded. But where the act is talking about is excluded, it's talking about legislations by parliament. And the legislation by parliament supersedes county legislation unless the PFM regulation is amended. That
Order, Senator. As your chair, I am not saying I know it better than you, but I beg you, these points of argument, we will prosecute them when now we are writing the report, because the same constitution that you're quoting, the actual article is 207. It provides, and it also provides that with legislation by parliament, this can be exempted. Spending at source. So let's not prosecute it here. It will become untidy. Here we want to collect evidence. When now we are discussing it, we can do it when we have stepped aside, so that we don't look like saying Tianga is the one who is right and is wrong. Our secretariat is here. When we are writing the report, they'll give us the usual guidance that we get from the Senate on authority of the legal department. And the director of the directorate is with us here, Dr. Kello. So maybe we don't discuss the merit or demerit of the constitutionality or legality of a piece of evidence in plenary. I would like that we leave it there and we continue extracting evidence. Yes, Mandako, your hand has been up the whole evening.
Chair. Thank you very much. Governor, I have a number of questions for you, and I will move very fast. And so that to help you respond to my questions, I will just go in the order of the charges that have been brought before this committee. Charge number 1 on nepotism, illegal appointments, and lawful dismissions and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. Your Excellency, I have one of the accusations there is illegal appointments. There is an advert dated 22nd of November with a number of directors who are reporting, as per the advert, to the Chief of Staff, therefore indicating that those are directors in the office of the governor. Question number 1. Does the county government of Meru have an approved structure, establishment for the county government? Does the county government of Meru have an approved establishment?
The county government of Meru has a public service board that deals with employment.
Madam Governor, if you read the County Government Act, the role of the county public services does the employment, but there is what we call approved establishment that determines the number of employees, the posts, and the offices.
Chair, Governor, your mic has a problem. That's probably the reason. It's too close.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Governor was asking, does the county government of Meru, the county executive, have an approved establishment? The establishment, in this case, determines the number of employees or staff for the county government of Meru, the departments, the posts that are available.
I'm only aware of the County Public Service Board.
My second question. These posts of directors that were advertised on 22nd, prior to you coming to office, did we have directors existing in that post, or those posts were vacant?
We still have the previous directors working with the county government of Meru.
By the time the County Public Service Board advertised those posts, were the posts vacant or the directors were still in office? And if they were still in office, what was to happen to their terms of service?
I'm not aware of any advertisement that has someone still working in the office.
In the response, volume 2, maybe Secretariat, you can help me quickly address I think that was page 16.
Governor Mandako, Senator Mandako, as you look for the reference, let's capitalize on time.
Yes,
I allow somebody else to shoot. And
I've already found it, Chair.
Oh, please go ahead.
And Chair, please give me time because you gave people time to lay the basis. I'm only asking questions directly. If you look at volume 2, page 67, there's an advert there running all the way to page 71 on a number of positions that have been advertised. And these are the Director Protocol and Events, Job Group R. We have Director for Delivery Unit, County Delivery Unit. We have Director for Monitoring and Evaluation. We have a Director for Administration. I'm only asking, Madam Governor, by the time this advert went out, did we have those posts filled or were they vacant?
They were vacant.
On the issue of on the issue of appointments of fire officers, in the meeting you had in Timau, before I go there, can I ask that, do you have, as County Government of Meru, firefighting trucks?
Yes, we have.
How many and where are they located?
We have 5.
Is it true that there is a firefighting engine in Timau that is not functional?
Yes, there is.
Was it therefore necessary to have 2 people to call when we have a fire engine that is not functioning in that sub-county?
We locate the machines where there is need. It is not necessarily that the fire engine is met for Timau. When need arises, we always send one to the area that is affected.
And what I'm asking, Madam Governor, is you have identified 2 people will be alerting the county government amongst other functions if there are fires. But the fire engine in Tumao, which be the nearest in terms of response, is not functional. Are there any attempts by your county government to make sure it is repaired and functional so that the 2 people that you have recruited under Okolea program can then be able to function?
By then, the fire engine at Timau was functioning.
From the evidence of your chief of staff, who seems or has committed himself that he understands all matters to do with this petition, why was it appropriate for the chief of staff to himself ask for information from the different departments and not through the county secretary and not through the secretary of the county public service board? Was it under your instruction?
No, it was not under my instruction.
Madam
Senator
Governor.
Senator Mandago, just put your finger there. That was part of my intervention, so let conclude it. Your answer, can you clarify? Because the counsel for the county assembly tried to get it from you, but he didn't push you well. This is the time. Were you deliberately avoiding the county secretary because he was not going to take instructions from you to give evidence in the manner you want to protect yourself?
No, I was not avoiding the county secretary because of any issue, but the chief of staff has always been with me in the meetings that most of the accusations has arrived from.
I put it to you that you need to persuade us better, because there is a County Government Act that clearly specifies the county secretary as the custodian of the responsibilities that your chief of staff has been discharging the whole afternoon. Can you convince us?
I stand guided chair that at no time that I have chosen to work with the chief of staff and then neglect the county secretary.
Are you aware of the County Government Act?
Yes.
And if you are, why did you bypass the responsible officer who is the county secretary? Instead, you bring here the chief of staff.
I thought this is a matter that is personal and not a county government case. Being my case, then I chose someone who understands the issues better. But if it was a county government case, the best person would have been county secretary.
Mandako, go on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Madam Governor, in your own affidavit, on the reappointment of the cabinet, of the county secretary, your statement reads, the allegation of illegal reappointment is denied and that the governor avers that the current county secretary was appointed in the previous regime and went through vetting by the county assembly, in which the mover of the impeachment motion participated in approval. His contract was extended by the previous governor without approval of the county assembly. Please underline, without approval of the county assembly. And the governor had to extend the contract again, owing to the crucial role the exiting county secretary plays in forming the new government. Just as I stopped there, when we asked your chief of staff, who has committed that he knows everything that goes around in there, your chief of staff said that the extended contract by the previous governor had not expired. Why was it necessary to reappoint? Two, you are already aware, Madam Governor, that the previous governor did not submit this county secretary for vetting by the county assembly as required. Did you have to continue with the same mistake that the previous governor had committed.
Honorable Senator, when I assumed office, I met Rufus Meriti, who is the county secretary for Meru, and he was mandated to be the chair of transition for a certain period. I chose to, at least for a few months, to continue working with him. I sought advice from my legal team and also the board, who affirmed that the contract had not lapsed. So I had no otherwise rather than to make a statement of intent that I will be willing to work with him even after this, if at all the Public Service Board agrees with my statement of intent.
Senator Mandago, I'll come back to you another round. Let me now open up to another senator. Esther, I saw your
Just, Governor, because
again.
I didn't spend my time laying the ground, allow me to ask one question, just one, so that you come back the next round.
Senator, because you're my neighbor, I know those might be your winding remarks, and I want you in this meeting up to the end. So just
Quickly, Madam Governor, on charge number 2, incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against elected leaders. Did you, at any given time, call the MCAs by the word in Meru, Mberwa, which I am made to understand is fox?
I have not.
In dealing with matters at the ward, Madam Governor, are you aware that part of the responsibilities of the MCAs, and I want to draw your attention to the County Government Act, Section 9 on the role of members of County Assembly, 1A, that says, a member of County Assembly shall maintain a close contact with the electorate and consult them on issues before or under discussion in the County Assembly. Madam Governor, don't you think it was within the mandate of the County Assembly members to engage the residents of their various wards on the matters of this impeachment?
I don't deny it was their mandate, but the process and the way the MCAs conducted was wrong.
Madam Governor, when the MCAs didn't approve your nominees for CCs, did you go ahead to reorganize your government so that the rest of the departments were collapsed under only 3 CCs?
Yes, Honorable Senator, after they approved only 3 CCs, with the advice, we reorganized as we sought to take some more names for approval later.
Are you aware that if you have to reorganize government, you must have a CC approval? And in this case, we are serving CCs who are to serve to the end of the term. Therefore, you needed to comply with that provision before reorganizing your government. And do you think in that reorganization, it was going to be effective for service delivery for the people of Meru County?
The reorganization we made, Honorable Senator, was not a permanent solution. It was a short-term mitigation as we take other names for consideration.
Yes, but what I'm asking, are you aware even that short-term reorganization needed the approval of the County Executive Committee meeting?
By then, we had no County Executive Committee.
Madam Governor, are you aware that the County Government Act provides that serving CCs serve in office up to until the new CCs are sworn in and assume office? So you cannot tell this committee and this sitting that there were no serving CCs.
The serving CCs from the previous regime their contracts and lapsed all of them.
Madam Governor, I want to help you understand that the term of CCs end when the new CCs are sworn in to office.
Yes.
I think, Chair, I don't want to proceed. Let me allow another senator to ask, but I still have a number of questions.
In fact, Madam Governor, you will remember that you were written a letter to, and you were told to name names to go and sit on the transition committee to join names of officers led by the county secretary who was serving on Governor Krayudu's cabinet. True or false?
True.
Yeah, so the blunders you are making is because you ignored those people, pushed aside the county secretary, and started, with this aggression that you have, started driving Meru as personal property. Can you convince this committee that you did not break government, financial, procedures, and regulations by that arrogance?
Honorable Chair, when I assumed office, the only person from the previous regime who was there in office was the county secretary. And I showed the willingness to work with him. That's why I not even take any name for consideration. By having county secretary who worked with the previous regime, doesn't show any arrogance. The rest of CECs who are working with the previous governor all went with him.
Chair, with your permission.
You know, Senator Mandago has guided you, and if you don't believe him, reflect when you are in these precincts of Parliament. When President Ruto was, when President Uhuru was forming his cabinet, he did not dismiss Kibaki's ministers. They only exited after his ministers had received approval and they were in office. Similarly, President Ruto did the same, including his list being challenged in the High Court. Because you're treating Meru like personal property, that's why you don't respect that government procedure. So should you get lucky, you'll be excused on this impeachment. You have to go and walk the straight path. Yes, Esther Okenyori, you intervene with a question?
Chair.
Yes, yes.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just because the governor seems not to get it, allow me to draw attention to Section 42 of the County Government Act, county executive to remain in office after election 1. When a general election is held for a county government, the outgoing county executive committee shall remain in office until a new county executive committee is constituted after the election.
Governor?
I stand guided, Chair.
Now that is better. Okenyori?
Thank you, Chair.